Hey everybody, we're doing another Demonfish Dead Ahead stream in GB Studio. We're going to be working on some of the preview content for the demo, so when you hit the end of the demo, you have the option to see what's in the full game. And I feel like that will help the demo, maybe bring in some sales. But yeah, we did a lot of stuff yesterday. We do need to test some things. There was this issue in the debug menu where it wasn't making the first boss alive. And then again on the third boss. Could have something to do with the way that I copy and pasted the scenes. I don't really know. But we'll go in and we'll fix it. Shouldn't be too difficult. It'll make testing a lot easier. If we get to it, I wanted to make music for the different cutscenes. Right now, all of the after boss cutscenes are just using the same music from the first cutscene. We did make separate, like, end of game music, which turned out pretty good, I felt. But yeah, might make some changes to the little intro, I don't know. But yeah, there's an ad starting in about a minute, so we'll start the stream after that. Mr. Dice, KSA. Mr. Dice, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Okay, we should be back from the ad. Sorry about that. I was distracted by a bot on someone's Discord. And, yeah. Got a whole bunch of pings in rapid succession. And I hate that, because then you see the number, and it's like, I don't want to see the number. So I blocked them, but I still got the number from before I blocked them. Now I gotta go each one and make it so it says blocked messages. And now I have no pings. Okay, I feel better. Anyways, yeah, so we're in GB Studio. The content, the preview content is just a black screen right now. It's basically just going to be a slideshow of different scenes, of screenshots taken from the game. Let's take a look real quick at the debug menu. Sorry, my brain is just not braining all of a sudden. So it asks you if you want the boss to be dead. If you choose 0, then the boss dead equals 0. Boss 3 dead, boss 4 dead. And then it asks you if the boss is enabled, so we'll go into that one. So yeah, we don't have a boss 1 enabled, so I think that could be part of the issue. Let's see if there is a boss 1 enabled. And there is, okay. So let's set that to 0. Maybe that'll help. And then let's copy that. We'll throw that into this part of the switch here, and we'll set that to 1. So I think that would fix the one issue. But I swear it was happening for boss 3 or 4 too. So let's take a look at those levels. I remember it worked for boss 2 because we fought boss 2, but then when we tried it on boss 3, it didn't work. Let's take a look at this. Boss 3 enabled on inits. Let's see. If boss 3 enabled is set to 0, go the whirlpool, else enable collisions and set the boss sprite sheet to the boss. If boss 3 dead equals 1, deactivate. So, not sure why it would not be there then. Unless beating the boss here did something to it. Let's see, boss 2. When you beat boss 2, it should just say boss 2 is dead. Couldn't imagine why it would say boss 1. Let's see. It says boss 1 dead. Oh, boss 2 dead here. Not sure why it would kill boss 3. I don't know, let's test it. Let's see what happens when we test it. It'll take a second to build here. I'm just gonna turn off the music in the options, so bear with me for a second. Alright, so I guess first we'll check World 1. Boss dead, no. Boss enabled, yes. Choose level. I guess it doesn't really matter. We're just gonna use the map to see if it's there or not. And it looks like it's there, so that's cool. I guess we could go fight it. It'll only take a second to kill. Might get into a fight along the way, but there it is. Probably just run away from this. Not that it's a difficult fight, but to make things a little quicker here. So yeah, it's letting us fight it, so that's cool. We'll just cast at the third one. It'll only take a few hits. We do 163 damage. We're at level 160, so... Two hits, dead. Alright, so the cutscene worked. So one thing we didn't do was check to see if the BGM was disabled before we put the music on. So that's something we'll need to fix on all the cutscenes that I didn't think about. So now that we're at level 2, well, first of all, let's turn off the music. Then we'll go to, because we already tested level 2 yesterday, let's go to level 3. The boss dead, no. Boss enabled, yes. Choose level, no, we've already got a level. And so if we use the map, we should be able to see it. That's interesting that the collider is still on it, but also that it's not enabled. So that's an issue. And the music is back on, strangely. So we'll have to fix that as well. But yeah, let's try it the other way then. The World 3 boss dead is no. Boss enabled. We'll do no this time. It's the same thing. Strange. It's weird that the music didn't turn on that time. Oops. Oh, that bugged out for a second there. That's interesting. I think it added levels. That's so weird that it's not working. Let's take another look at this here. So if we go to level 3, got the boss here. Oh, that's level 4. Level 3. Boss 3 enabled equals 0. Set it to the sprite sheet. Else, set it to this. So it should be set to 1. Then let's check this out. So we need to do this, enable that event, because we don't want the collisions enabled for that. And honestly, we don't want them there either, because this is for the map. And we'll have to do that for this one too, because I'm sure we overlooked it. So yeah. Enable this, copy it, paste it, delete it. Wait, why did I delete it there? I want to delete it here. I was looking at that one, but I deleted it there. That's weird. Alright, so it should disable the collisions either way. Oh, but look at this. This one, I see what's going on. It's just the map that's messed up. See how it says boss 2? This should be boss 3. I figured out the bug. So it was actually there if I were to sail there, but I was relying on the map, and the map was incorrect. So that should fix it. Just double checking these. That does look good. Alright, let's try it again. So it's buildings, packing the data. Alright, so now when we check the map, there, oh wait. Okay, there's another bug. This is boss 3, but we're using the wrong sprite here, so this one should be boss 3 sprites, and we might as well change this to boss 3 sprite as well. This one, boss 4 sprite. Oops. Boss 4 sprite. Okay, so that should fix that. I overlooked that. Sometimes it'd be like that. Oops, I forgot to turn off the music. Try that one more time. Okay, so we'll go to World 3. Boss dead, no. Boss enabled. Yes. Choose level. Yes. What level? 160. Kilo, you're first once again. That's like 4 days in a row. Thanks for checking in. Hope you're doing well. What you up to today, Kilo? Alright, there's the boss. We got that in there, so that's cool. Let's go race over there. I'm doing great, thanks. Good to hear it. How are you? I'm doing well. Made a pizza. And, here I am. Today I slept all day. Oh, there you go. I slept in pretty late myself. I think I slept till like noon. I stayed up a little late last night. I think it was like 5 in the morning when I finally like went to bed. Which is not good. That's the first sign of my sleep schedule slipping. Alright, so the boss is there. Let's fight it. But sometimes you gotta catch up on sleep. That's the way I look at it. Some people don't believe in sleep debt, but I definitely do. I definitely believe in sleep debt. I think that if you like only give yourself like 4 hours or something like that, your body's gonna want to sleep longer. Sometimes if you set an alarm all the time and you're used to always waking up an alarm, you can kind of like bypass the sleep debt. But if you keep letting it build up, eventually it's going to take its toll on your body and you'll get sick, or you won't feel well, you'll be depressed or whatever. Like, things can go wrong when you don't get enough sleep. You can be, you know, drowsy, make mistakes, not be as level-headed, be more stressed out, maybe more emotional. Maybe, oh, I ran away. I was trying to kill it. What did I run away for? Maybe less emotional. But not getting enough sleep has an effect on you for sure. So I think it's a good thing to catch up on sleep. It's kicking my ass, by the way. Oh, it fucking killed me. Try this again. Critical damage for 35. Totally kicked my ass. So this boss is a little bit harder than I thought it would be. I thought at level 160 I'd be super OP. It's weird that it's constantly going to 255. I think there's a bug there where it's capping it at 255. And I'm gonna die again. Alright. So let's cheat to win. So we have the player health. And we can set this to 999. Set this to 999. And then we should have 999 health. Of course, we're taking some damage, but yeah, now we've got 931. 892. $164. So yeah, it's definitely going down to 255. Is that like 450? But we should be able to survive this time at least. It really does do a number on you though. Uh-oh. There's a bug there. It didn't kill the second tentacle. And it didn't end the battle. That's why testing is important. Try to figure out what happened here. So on update, player's turn, enemy count equals 3. So if enemy 3 equals less than or equal to 0, enemy 3 equals dead, kill the boss. Deactivate tentacle L, and then it says deactivate player. That's not what we want. Player's already deactivated. We want tentacle R to be deactivated. Wait a second, they're both named tentacle L. That could be an issue. They are, so that's probably why that happened. It probably just defaulted to player. Hey man, how's it going? It's going good. Welcome in, Legendary Servers. Hope you're doing good. We're debugging Demonfish Dead Ahead. So yeah, this one is the battle manager. It was deactivating the player instead of tentacle R because tentacle R was named tentacle L. So enemy 1 dead equals 1, enemy 2 dead equals... Enemy 2 dead equals 2? That ain't right. Enemy 2 dead is supposed to equal 1 as well. That's a little strange. Boss 1 dead, this needs to be boss 3 dead, right? Is there a boss 3 dead? Boss 3 dead, yep, okay. Doing pretty well, thanks. Oh, good to hear it. Yeah, I hope you had a nice Saturday. Someone's right is another person's left. This is true. However, the actors can't have the same name because then it gets confused. This one had an L, and this one had an L. So when I tried to kill this one and this one from copy and pasting from the last scene, it defaulted it to the player and killed the player, which doesn't exist in this scene. So it kind of froze. I guess there is a player, it's just transparent and you can't control it, so... It's a little weird that it froze still, but I think that has something to do with player 2 being set to 2 and boss 3 being set to... or boss 1 being set to dead instead of 3. Increment beat overlord. So I think there's no like other variable for that, so I think that one's okay. And then this kill tentacles. If enemy 2 dead equals 1. Okay, so this was the error because enemy 2 dead was set to 2 instead of 1. Maybe? Wait, no, because this just sets it to that. It never made it to that point for some reason. Not really sure. Demon actor naming dead ahead. There you go. Demon tentacle actor naming dead ahead. But it should be working now. I have a feeling that boss 4 has the same bug though. Well, that one's tentacle R, so maybe not. Let's double check here though. I have curiosity, have you ever worked with Pico 8? I have, but I never made anything substantial with it. I think... I don't know, I'm like really not great with Pico 8. It's really difficult for me. Let's see. I don't know where I even stashed my Pico 8 stuff. Oh, Pico 8s. So yeah, I made something. I made this. I was trying to make a version of Source Hack on Pico 8, but I couldn't figure it out. I got the player to move along these paths and the enemy to bounce around within the path, but that's all I got. And I don't even know how to open it, to be honest. Like, I see Pico 8 026 Pico 8.exe. I don't know how to. I guess you just like H for help. Wait, type help for help. Okay. Load file name. So wait, load, and then does it need the things? It was just untitled. I literally don't know how to use it. Untitled _1.png did not load. Maybe it needs to be in the same folder or something. So I worked on it, but I wasn't able to get back to it. Never figured that part out. I don't think anything substantial can be made with Pico 8. You'd be surprised. There's some really cool projects. Like there's a way to go to the Explorer. I don't know how to do it though. Oh, Explore. There we go. I don't know what any of these are. But I'm sure some of them are pretty cool. What's PicoCraft? Oh, Warcraft. But if you want to be blown away, check out the Explore thing. Because there's definitely some cool stuff. Let's see what this is. Shredder's Revenge. If you paid money for this, you got ripped off, dude. Is it loading? A lot of loading here. I guess I better turn off my background music. We're gonna get into this. Oh, it's probably pretty loud, so I should turn that down. Sorry about that. I had GB Studio turned up, and this is just really loud. Oops. Ready, go. Apparently Pico 8 games can also be run inside web browsers, which is the only way to play Pico 8 games without owning Pico 8. So I have... Man, that's still really loud. I'm gonna turn down my headphones. I have a emulator that runs Pico 8 games. The Miu Mini. I had to load a custom OS on it to do it, but it works. It plays Pico 8 games. You just download the cart image, and it plays it, which is pretty cool. But yeah, you can definitely make substantial stuff with it. You're probably familiar with the game Celeste. The original version of Celeste was made on Pico 8. And it was kind of a prototype, but it was substantial enough for them to make a full game out of it. And it was a very successful game, so... Also, it was a really successful Pico 8 game. You've heard of Celeste. It actually started as a Pico 8 game. There is another game called Mixolumina that started as a Pico 8 game. Someone made a 3D modeling quote game called Pico CAD on Pico 8, and that's pretty dope. I actually paid money for it on Steam.
Pizza time!
Pizza time! I can't even tell what that boss is. But the scanline effects are pretty cool. Oh, did I die? Anyways, I play more Pico 8 games than I make, that's for sure. Would love to learn more about Pico 8, but I'm just real slow when it comes to that. Like, I did some Lua back in the day, but I never got like really comfortable with Lua. So like, and then picking up Pico 8 was kind of like, ouch for me. Oh, I tried to hit the snooze, but didn't snooze in time. Sorry for the ad break. Lua Deepa is your favorite coder. I'm not familiar with that person. Wait, it says that's a singer-songwriter. Wait, Dua Lipa. Why is it switching to Lua Deepa? I mean to search for Dua Lipa. Wait, no, Lua Deepa? I see. It's a play on something. Oh yeah, Avalanche. Advalanche? Oh, Advalanche. Sorry, are you back from the ads or no? Let me know when you're out of the ads. I guess if you can see the closed captioning. I guess while we're here, we could fix the cutscenes to check before they play music. So if variable value BGM off equals 0, then we play the music. And we're back. Welcome back, servers. You said Lua Deepa is your favorite coder. So I looked it up, and Google was trying to make me see Dua Lipa, who is apparently a singer. So I feel like Lua Deepa is a spoonerism of Dua Lipa. That was confusing. Yeah. And horrified at the concept of Tim Hortons flatbread pizza. That sounds like something a Canadian would say. I only know what Tim Hortons is because my Canadian buddy told me about it. I had no idea what, like, that's not like a US thing at all. Dua Lipa, yes, she sang a song with Elton John called Cold Heart. This might sound odd, but is Elton John still kicking it? I should ask Google. Okay, yeah, Elton John's still alive. For some reason I thought he was dead. He did receive a pacemaker in 1999. I actually enjoy Elton John. I don't know if I would enjoy Dua Lipa, but you never know. You never know. I'm pretty open these days, musically. I'm enjoying more and more pop music, which is kind of interesting. Oops, if variable value. But yeah, I would like to learn Pico 8. I just haven't sat down with it for long enough to actually like follow tutorials. I was just basically kind of like taking snippets from tutorials and like trying to repurpose them, and I didn't get very far. I wanted to make something I could play on my Mii Mini, but around that same time I found GB Studio and was like, this is a lot easier. Cold Heart is one of your favorite songs of his. I think that's the name. My brain is blanking. I don't really know. But I really like the album Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. I think Benny and the Jets is probably my favorite. Benny! Benny! It's just so good. Doesn't get much better than Benny and the Jets. But Funeral for a Friend is good too. And then the song Goodbye Yellow Brick Road is good. There are actually a lot of good full tutorial series for Pico 8 on YouTube. I was watching a tutorial for making a farm sim in Pico 8. Oh yeah, there definitely are. It's just I haven't sat down with it. Like, I did like once, and that's about it. I haven't really like sank my teeth into it. I got lost trying to link Visual Studio to Pico 8, and I feel like that kind of held me back because I really don't like the code editor in Pico 8. It's just too hard. I keep trying to like use the shift button and shit like that, and it's like only having capital letters really messes with me. Yeah. Wait, I messed that one up. It says if local equals 0. This one needs to be BGM off equals 0. Did I do that on the last one too? Oh, that one's okay. BGM off equals 0. Music. So what I'm doing is I'm checking to see if you've turned off the BGM in the options first before I play the music, which is something that I forgot about for some reason. Variable set to value, variable compare to value, that's what we want. BGM off equals 0. Then we want to play the music track. The Meowstic escaped. That's too bad. Alright, so this one it sets the music routine. So I guess we don't need to do that either unless the BGM is set to true. So if variable value BGM equals off, play music track and set routine, go in there, and it should probably go at the top. And then these ones don't actually have any music because it's covered already, so that should fix that. Although there was that weird situation where it started playing the overworld music on this one. But it definitely is checking for BGM off. That one is too. Now these ones shouldn't actually have the music. I guess it doesn't really matter because it's checking to see if the BGM is off anyways. And it doesn't actually play the music if it's already playing, like it doesn't start it over, which is useful. Those ones have it, so whatever. I have a GB Studio question, if I may. Yeah, absolutely. Fire away. I'm not like the world's best GB Studio coder or anything like that. So just a heads up. But I have been using it for a couple years, and I do know quite a bit about it. I was actually thinking about making tutorials soon. So any questions are totally helpful for me to know what people are kind of thinking and stuff. I asked on the GB Studio Discord what kind of games I'd be able to make in the engine, and they told me basically anything that exists on Game Boy could be made in GB Studio. I asked if that included Pokemon Red, Blue, and people seemed dubious. Like they doubted that it would be possible. So it really depends on your abilities, right? So what's cool about GB Studio is that you can actually rewrite the entire engine. So if you find that you're not able to do exactly what you would need to remake Pokemon Red and Blue, then you could literally code the engine to do that if you know how, right? But if you're expecting the engine to do a whole bunch of stuff right out of the box, you're gonna have trouble doing some of the cooler things that Pokemon Red and Blue did. So I actually didn't play a ton of Pokemon games, but I did play Red and Blue. Those are like the two that I played a lot of. So for instance, I think there's like a cutscene at the beginning of Pokemon Red and Blue that is like using some mad trickery. And you would have trouble doing that as a noob out of the box. However, there is actually a tutorial on how to do it. So like you would have to do a lot of learning to do the cooler stuff. So the other thing about that game is that it uses tile swapping like crazy, which is actually what I'm doing in this game. But if you could imagine that each one of these was a Pokemon, except each Pokemon had a facing the enemy stance and a facing the player stance that was about this size, right? And there's 150 or 151 different ones. So you would literally need to like set up each individual tile of every single pose of every single Pokemon, and then have to manage the logic for all of that. So you could do that, but it would be painstaking work. When they coded Pokemon Red and Blue, they probably already had a framework or an engine basically coded in Z80 assembly. So that game was probably coded in assembly, and they probably had tools to help them do the tile swapping to make things a little bit quicker and easier. But that said, it would be possible to make it. It would just be very, very difficult, especially for one person. I mean, you gotta understand that Pokemon Red and Blue was nearing, I mean, I guess it's hard to say nearing the end of the life of Game Boy, except it kind of was, right? Game Boy started in 89, I want to say, or 88, I think, or 89, I think. Could have been 88. I always get that confused. I think it's 89 and ended in like 2003 or 2004 or something crazy like that. And Pokemon came out in like 97, I think, in Japan, and 98 here, I want to say. So it was like towards the end of Game Boy's lifespan. So that means that the developers for Nintendo knew more about Game Boy development than probably any other developers out there. They also had the in-house staff that had worked on probably more Game Boy games than any other developer. and they had the best of their Game Boy team working on those games, from what I understand. But I think, what was it? HAL Industries or HAL something was like a subsidiary studio that made that game, Pokemon Red and Blue. And they were actually the developers who made the Game Boy camera, which was one of the most like innovative and like breakthrough things on the Game Boy. So like they were the best of the best who made Pokemon Red and Blue. Yeah, but there aren't any Game Boy games that have special technology in the cartridge that allows pushing beyond the limits of Game Boy. I know that some SNES games have an enhancement chip. Imagine Pokemon Red Blue, but with all 1,000 plus existing current Pokemon. HAL Laboratories. Yeah, did they make Kirby? I don't know if they made Kirby. It was like HAL Laboratories and Game Freak, I think, worked together on Pokemon. And I think Game Freak worked on Game Boy Camera, so I think I might have screwed that up. Let's do an internet search here. Oh, okay, no, it was Game Freak and Creatures Inc. that made Pokemon Red and Blue. I don't know why I thought HAL. Let's see what HAL Laboratories made. They made Super Smash Brothers, Kirby. But yeah, you're right, they did make Kirby. I was confused for some reason. I thought it was HAL, but it was Game Freak. But yeah, Game Freak made the Game Boy camera, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it was the exact same team that worked on Pokemon, but I'm pretty sure that Game Freak worked on Game Boy camera. Let's take a look. Game Boy camera, it was developed by Pokemon creators Game Freak, yeah. I'm not sure which came first though. Probably Pokemon. I'd love to make a full RPG on GB Studio. Well, you can definitely do that. It's just, you know, some of the some things are going to be harder than other things. And so this game is actually a full RPG, but it's stripped down in a lot of ways. There's no gold, there's no shops, there's no inventory. I stripped down a lot of things because it was for a game jam at first, but then I ended up keeping a lot of those things out because I just like the streamlined like gameplay of it. You just go in and you level up and you kill harder and harder monsters as you get more levels. Well, you're actually catching fish, but and you get to keep them a little bit like Pokemon. You don't get to fight with them or anything like that, but you do keep them. There's only one player, there's no classes, there's only one type of attack, but you do have your choice of attack, defend, or run. But yeah, like I said, it's an RPG, and it is like a full-length game that I'm making for Steam, but it's very streamlined and kind of stripped down. And like I said, part of that is because it was for a game jam. The other part is just because I like the streamlined gameplay. I could have added like things like there's still an inventory here that I never actually finished, but you were going to be able to like select your items and then it would tell you how many you had of each and you could like use them in battle. But that would have added a lot more complexity to something that's already pretty complex. So yeah, each scene has a battle manager, like transparent actor, and that has an update that when it's set to run, then it runs. and at some point it runs these scripts. Let's see. Battle player's turn. So yeah, like when it's the player's turn, it runs this script, and when it's the enemy's turn, it runs this script. But like at the end of the battle player's turn, it sets the update somewhere down here. Somewhere it sets the update on the battle manager to be true. So then it kind of swaps back and forth, right? So after the enemy's turn is over, then it calls the player's turn, kind of thing. If the player's not dead yet, the called script battle player's turn. So that kind of jumps back between the update function running on here and then a script that's running like in parallel off to the side, kind of thing. Like they take turns. But yeah, it's definitely possible. And honestly, when the engine started, it was almost like RPG Maker, where you could pretty much only make RPGs with it, unless you like really knew what you were doing with the engine and like ripped it up and made something new, which people did. Don't get me wrong, people definitely were able to do that. But a lot of the times, those people have like a very strong understanding of C, as well as the toolkits used to make the engine. So like, if you wanna do something crazy, you totally can if you know how to do that. But you might almost, if you know how to do that, then you might be better doing it in assembly if you know how to do that as well. Personally, I'm not the world's greatest coder. I don't know shit really about Z80 assembly, or I know a little bit more about 6502 assembly, but not a whole lot more. All I've been able to make was like a Hello World in NES, and I didn't even try Z80 assembly for Game Boy. There is an engine, GB Basic, which allows you to write in Basic for Game Boy. There's also another framework that allows you to write in C for Game Boy. So there are other ways to do it than GB Studio, but GB Studio is definitely the best for like artists and people who don't really have the code understanding. Also, it's the most popular of the methods of making Game Boy games. So there is a bit more of a community. If you have trouble, there are people to talk to. Not everyone is the most like forthright with information. A lot of people are kind of like holding on to it. So it's like a niche thing, and you don't really make a whole lot of money making Game Boy games. So people are kind of trying to hold on to like what makes their game special by having their own like trade secrets, if you will. And some people are more forthcoming in sharing that information than others. So yeah. Also, there's like language barriers and time issues. A lot of times this isn't everyone's only job making Game Boy games. So, and a lot of people have families, so they don't always have the ability to like go and make the tutorials to teach people. Which is one of the reasons why I want to make GB Studio tutorials, because there's just not enough of them. And I've kind of picked up quite a few things over the last couple of years, starting with tutorials and then just kind of learning how to teach myself a little bit about how the engine works and what I can do within the engine. I'm kind of thinking that the debug menu needs more levels, otherwise I'll have to cheat every time, which is a possibility. But it'd be just as easy to up the levels here. Oh, there was that other bug I wanted to fix too. So when the boss set player boss damage, Okay, so that just sets the damage. IS, yo, welcome in, IS. How you doing? How's your Saturday? Or is it Sunday already there? So it's probably an issue on all the bosses, but I only notice on the ones that go over. I'm good. Thank you, man. Saturday here. I'm exhausted. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear you're exhausted, but glad you're here. Was too tired to stream. Streamed anyways. Learned my lesson. Oh no. How are you? I'm doing good. I slept in a little bit. Had some pizza. Chilled out on the couch for a bit. And here I am. We're debugging GB Studio. We found some bugs. We got some things working, and then other things are not working. Somewhere, things are being clamped. Maybe it's the health in UI. No, I think I worked on that. If the player's turn equals 1, when it does damage to the player, it is not working correctly here. Somewhere in here, it's being clamped. Attack missed equals 0. Is there an else? No. Wait a second. There are these subtract and then clamp. So that's got to be where it's happening. However, it will be able to go below 0 now. So I think we'll have to check. Oh, I think we already actually made that change, now that I think about it. So I think this is actually where the issue is occurring. Because it's set to clamp between 0 and 255, and they have over 255, so all of a sudden it clamps to 255. There is no enemy 4 choice on the bosses, but that's okay. And yeah, if it's less than or equal to 0, then they get killed, so that's fine. Let's fix that on all the boss. If attack missed equals 0, clamp off. Yeah, see, your day sounds smarter. I don't know. I'm kind of lucky where like I don't have like a set schedule, so I can just kind of do whatever I feel like. But we'll see how long that lasts. I'm dipping into my savings these days, so I need to make more money. My my freelancing work has chilled out quite a bit in the last 6 months or so, and it was kind of by surprise, so I didn't really have a whole lot lined up or anything. But I did have quite a bit saved, so I'm like not like super worried, but I'm getting to the point where I'm like, well, I need to start putting money back in my account. Oh, we already did this one, huh? Okay, well that's good. On to 4. Ah yeah, no schedule is nice. I'm not properly scheduled yet, just having a bit of a dumb phase, still figuring Twitch out. Well, you'll get it. It just takes a little bit of practice, I think, and just, you know, researching things and learning things from other people. One thing that helped me a lot, and still helps me a lot, is to spend time in other people's streams and talk to them about some of the more technical stuff. I mean, some people are more open to talking about that kind of stuff than others. I think some people are just like really focused on like making their stream like really valuable content to people who happen to go into their stream, and then other people are focused on helping other streamers more. I definitely focus on helping other streamers, especially developer streamers. I just try to be helpful as possible. I love helping people. It's like a downfall for me. I spend too much time helping people, and then yeah, I don't know, I benefit from it because I just enjoy it, but like other than that, like I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I should be charging money teaching classes on this shit, but I don't have like a Twitch streaming resume or anything like that. I've been streaming for a while now, since 2017. But yeah, it's been kind of on and off for me. I never had like a big following or anything like that. I never really sunk my teeth into like trying to min-max things. I just focus on keeping it stress-free for myself, and getting as much enjoyment as I can out of it without having to worry about the numbers and like, am I playing games that are trending enough, or am I doing this right, or am I doing that right? I just kind of do, and yeah, I use it as a way to leverage my social skills and my social life and like networking and stuff while I'm working. That's pretty much how I use it, and everyone does it differently. Yeah, I started to do that properly today and truly pay attention to the content of the stream. I'm the same. I want to help everyone all the time, but whenever I have even a fragment of my own work to do, naughty. I mean, not really, but my work is harder. I feel that it's easier to work when there's like eyes, when there's people paying attention, and when it's just you and no one really knows if you don't work, it can be really hard to buckle down. Yeah, I mean, like, having a schedule is helpful, but it doesn't necessarily have to be like, I wake up at this time, I eat at this time, I do this at that time. I mean, don't get me wrong, that can be very helpful for some people, but for me, it's more about like, I need to spend at least this amount of time doing what I do. And then if I don't do that, I need to like make up for it somehow in some other way, right? And sometimes I'm just not feeling it. Sometimes I'm just like, I don't want to do that. And like, I have to allow myself that leeway and stuff, but I also have to like prevent myself from like falling into like a slump where I'm just like not working as much as I should be. Like, I have a tendency to get addicted to games. So like, when I realize that I'm spending like 15 hours on a game in any given day, I'm like, okay, that's fine for one day, but for the rest of the week, you gotta actually fucking work, you know? Otherwise, I'll just do that every day, and then I'm not getting anywhere. Yep, I just need to focus on the right things, or I'm gonna burn out before I catch up with you guys. Yeah, exactly, that balance is the hardest thing for me in my day-to-day. Also, I get addicted to games to the point where I get anhedonic and don't even like them anymore. Oh yeah, I feel that. So I get this weird, oh, and there's an ad. But yeah, you don't get stuck in the ads, right? I just trying to remember. There's this thing that I get where I start to feel bad. Nah, you're still on your trial. Oh, okay, cool. There's this thing where I start to feel bad if I don't work on my games enough. And then what I do is I'll be like, oh, well, I'll work on a new game. And then I won't feel bad because I did work on a game, but eventually I'll start feeling bad because I didn't work on the game that I'm supposed to be working on, kind of thing. My friend's like that. She can't go to bed if she hasn't accomplished something. Yeah, I'm a little bit like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. If I'm tired, I'm tired. But it's really hard for me to get tired. I will just like keep going and going and going if my brain is like on something. Like if it's thinking like I'm gonna do this, I like really stick to it. And then I have trouble winding down. And then I ruin my sleep schedule. I have this thing where I stay up for like 17 or 18 hours before I feel really tired. And then I'll sleep for 8, sometimes more hours. And then all of a sudden, you know, a few weeks of that and my sleep schedule is completely backwards. So I gotta be careful with that. I can't go to bed if I haven't had 3 hours by myself. Yeah, I'm a little bit the same, where I'm pretty introverted naturally. I've kind of pushed myself to become more of an extrovert or like an omnivert or whatever, but like when it comes down to it, I need to recharge my social battery, and sometimes that means just sitting there doing nothing for a few hours. Or maybe it means, you know, watching like a comfort show that I've already seen like 1,000 times, or maybe even playing a video game by myself, like without the social aspect of it, while I watch a comfort show that I've seen a million times, or whatever, you know. Or sometimes I'll like write, I'll just like, you know, write poetry or doodle or like whatever I feel like doing, just to like, or sometimes I'll just meditate. I'm a big, I think meditating is a good thing. I think everyone should meditate. Granted, it's not always easy to find the time to do it, or the space, or like the headspace, but it's worth it every time. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it feels like, oh, I'm not actually doing anything, but like the mental like refreshness that you can get from it is like well worth it. Same, I have to trash myself to guarantee I'll sleep long enough to recover. Yeah, same. I'm finding Twitch to be incredibly helpful as a buffer. I'm probably too sensitive to be out here, but I don't know, I kind of trust you guys already, and I'm not moving in hyper-competitive circles, so I feel okay. Meditation is good. I have to walking meditate, personally, because I'm weak-willed, but I do enjoy it. Yeah, honestly, exercising is a great way to meditate. I agree with that. Like, as long as you don't hurt yourself, because it can be dangerous to be like somewhere else while you're doing physical activity. But if you're on like a treadmill, or like I use a recumbent cycle, like I find that to be extremely therapeutic for me. Not only is it keeping me in shape, which is good for your mentality as well, also your body, but you can literally put your brain other places, you know, either meditate, work on something, play games even on the recumbent, which is nice. But yeah, it's a little hard to draw while I'm cycling, but I've done it before. I want a miller or a rower, but yes, shutting up. You don't have to shut up. Anyways, shut up a while, you had bugs. I want a mill or a rower. So a rower would be cool. I don't know, oh, like a treadmill. Okay, I got you. I was like, I don't know what a mill is. Yeah, treadmill would be cool, but they're kind of loud. I'm pretty happy with the recumbent, but it was probably expensive. I don't know. I inherited it from my grandpa, so I'm happy with it. I love it, to be honest. I haven't used it in a little bit, but I kind of like caught up on all the weight that I wanted to lose. So basically, now I just exercise when I feel like I need to exercise, kind of thing. But I was pretty addicted for a couple years on the recumbent. It was like a daily thing. I should probably spend more time on it, to be honest. I'd probably just get a bike for cardio, but I have to get a VR headset or something because I'd be so damn bored. I do have a VR headset. I thought about using it with the bike, and I think there is some game that you can play to, like, but I didn't go down that road. But yeah, I have like a Steam Deck, so I'll play that, or I have my Miu Mini, I'll play that if I'm feeling like I need to play games. But yeah, a lot of times I will have my phone, I'll have a Twitch stream, I'll have music playing, and I'll have my my clipboard. I'm a big clipboard person. I use like computer paper on a clipboard with a pen, and I just take mad notes, and I do like drawings and stuff. I use computer paper so there's no lines, so that way I can draw. I've gotten pretty good at writing in a straight line anyways. And then what I do is when those pages get filled, or I no longer need to write on them, I'll put them in plastic sleeves and put them in a 3-ring binder and just kind of hold on to all my notes on stuff, depending on what it's for. Sometimes I just throw it away if I don't really need it. But yeah. That worked. Do you have trouble forming good habits at all? Because I've only been able to stick to exercise that I genuinely love doing. Smart. So exercise was difficult for me to get into a good habit of, and like I said, recently I found myself kind of slipping out of the habit. But I gained a lot of weight when I switched to a gluten-free diet. Like, not a lot, but a lot for me. I was always super skinny, right? And part of that was because I was eating gluten when I shouldn't have been, because I didn't know that I shouldn't have been. So what gluten does when you're allergic to it, or you have celiac disease or whatever, is that it causes your small intestine to become really inflamed. And so your small intestine has these little like cilia, kind of like almost like little hair, like I would say hair like, but they're like almost like tiny little fingers, right? And they absorb nutrients as your, you know, as your bowels move, right? And during your bowel movement, right? So like when things are going through your small intestine's job is to absorb nutrients. That's what it does. So if you get nutrients from your meals, you owe that to your small intestine. However, if your small intestine is super inflamed all the time, you're no longer getting the nutrients. So what happens is you start to basically feel the effects of anorexia while still eating. So my hair was starting to, malabsorption, exactly. So I was starting to feel the effects of malnutrition, you know, like my hair was starting to be brittle, my fingernails were being brittle, you know, like I was having absolute trouble keeping on any weight, you know, I was skin and bones. After a while, it hurt just to move. All of my joints hurt, you know, my bones hurt. Like it was really bad. I couldn't figure out what was wrong. And for a long time, I was like going to the hospital, going to the doctor, like trying to figure out what was wrong. And they, you know, finally, like I went to a gastro doctor because things had gotten so messed up, and they were like, well, maybe you have celiac disease. And I was like, it was kind of weird. I was like, I don't know. I've been drinking beer for a long time and eating pasta for a long time, but I had just finished saying that I had stomach aches for my whole life. You know what I mean? So like, and then like it just hit me, you know? Like, well, fuck, I've had stomach aches my whole life, but I've been eating gluten my whole life too. So maybe I should just stop eating gluten and see what happens. So I did. At that day, I stopped eating gluten, and within 3 days, the joint pain, the bone pain, the muscle pain, it just vanished. it was the best I had felt in like years, like almost a decade of like feeling like absolute shit, just like gone in 3 days from eating no gluten. And I was like, well, fuck, that's clearly the issue. And then I've been recovering ever since, and it's just getting better and better. I'm happy for you, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see. Smart. Yeah, same. I gained around 7 kilograms going vegan and gluten-free at the same time, so I was so confused. Hey, malabsorption. Yeah, I have only just started to gain muscle mass at 33 for the first time in my life because my diet is stable. Dude, this is exactly me. Wow. Gastrointestinal bleeds too? No, I never had gastrointestinal bleeding. I remember that moment. I'm happy for you, dude. Yeah, so I was like 38 when I figured it out. But from like 30 to that time, I was really concerned. Around the time that I was 30, I thought maybe I had like cancer or something like that, because I was feeling pain in my gut, and like it felt like there was something there. I did have polyps too. I had like 3 polyps, and 2 of them showed signs of precancer as well. So like things weren't going well for me, and I could tell. I just couldn't figure out what was wrong. Oh damn, you thought you were late. Yeah, I mean it happens, you know. When I was a kid, no one knew what celiac disease really was, you know. No one tested for it, no one really thought about it. I bet I would have gotten your stage then if I left it alone. Yeah, I had polyps, but no pre. Still do a recheck, but they canceled everything for COVID. Word. Yeah, actually, it's already been a couple years since my colonoscopy, so I'm in a few more years I gotta do another one to check to see if there's any more pre-cancer. But yeah, they removed it, so that's cool. Like, wait a second. This tentacle is it should be there, right? Weird. How did that get by me? But yeah, no, those 2 are fine. So yeah, I gained a bunch of weight. I don't know how much I weighed, but that was kind of my I don't know how to describe it. That was what made me exercise more. Like just looking at myself and saying like, oh wow, I gained some weight. And then also my brother like gained a ton of weight. I don't know what his deal was. He just stopped working out and drank a lot of beer and had a bunch of kids, and all of a sudden he's like huge compared to, he used to always be real muscular. He was like football player, and now I'm the in shape one, and that's kind of weird. So like seeing my brother like go down that road, like, well, wow, I don't want to go down that road. And then I can only imagine how hard it is to lose all that weight once you're like, you know, 100 pounds or so overweight. I was only just like maybe like 40 pounds overweight or something like that. Not even so bad, you know. I think I was at 200 something at the worst of it. And I was like, well, that's, you know, pretty heavy. I don't know what I am now. I don't actually own a scale, but I can tell just by looking at me that I had lost the weight that I was trying to get rid of. So, well, fingers crossed for you, man. I'm sure you'll be good though. I think it might be lagging behind you a bit on the exercise thing, because I still yo-yoed even after figuring out the gluten stuff. But now they reckon I have thyroid disease. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So it set me back a bit further in terms of being able to see the results from exercise. So I had given up trying, if that makes sense. Yeah, I hear that. And like for me, it became more about the routine and the endorphins than it did about like trying to bulk up or like look strong or anything like that. Because I definitely don't really care about like my biceps and shit like that. Mostly I've been doing crunches and cycling. And yeah, I was doing like 400 crunches a day for a few months there. And then I pulled a muscle and I was like, well, that's stupid. Maybe I should just do 100 a day. Then I did that for a few more months, and yeah, but I usually spend about an hour on the cycle, and I started with like low resistance, and then I ended up maxing out the resistance on it. Nice crunches I actually don't mind doing. So for me, I hated doing crunches until I got an exercise ball, and then the exercise ball, I don't mind it at all. It actually feels really good for my back, and I don't have to worry about like the floor hurting, you know. But yeah, as far as like good habits outside of that, like I don't really have a problem, you know. I floss every day, I brush every day. Yeah, I'm pretty good about like cleaning up after myself for the most part. You know, doing laundry and cleaning my sheets and all that, you know, the normal stuff. When I was young, I used to fall into like neglecting myself, neglectful behavior, and I used to struggle with depression, and that kind of went hand in hand, you know. You feel depressed, so you don't do the dishes, and then you look at the dishes and you feel depressed, you know, like it's a downward spiral. Or yeah, I need to invest in better mats and stuff, because that puts me off too. Fair, I mean, it's gotten easier for me in recent years, but it just occurred to me to ask you. Yeah, I get you. Guilt feels the hatred towards yourself when you feel even worse. Yeah, it's joyous. Yeah. Oh, guilt fuels the hatred. Yeah, exactly. It's a downward spiral at that point, and you're like, I don't care about myself, and then you stop caring about yourself, and like, I don't even care about myself. Why should I care about myself? Like, it's kind of ridiculous, but for that, I ended up actually just like kind of like, because I had like this negative internal monologue for like my whole life. If something was happening in the world that pissed me off, I would just like talk mad shit about it in my internal monologue. And it was just constant negativity in my internal monologue. Everything was negative. And after a while, I realized that like I'd become really cynical and really negative, and people just kind of saw me as a negative person. And it would come out when I was in conversation. You know, I would try to make friends with people, but I couldn't help but talking shit about the world around us. And they would stop hanging out with me eventually because I was just such a negative person. Like, people don't want to be reminded of how shitty things are, right? So eventually I just had to like stop my internal monologue and like readdress it. And instead of saying like, well, that sucks, you know, the world is shit, I would say like, well, this is actually really cool because now I get to like feel grateful for this other thing, and I get to experience the world. Even though I have to do things that I don't want to do, it allows me to do the things that I want to do, or to like experience, you know, the good side of things in a new light. Because it is all just perspective. That's like the biggest thing, I think, right? If you like, I don't know, like one of the biggest things for me was like, I would be thinking to myself, oh great, now I have to do this, and you know, whatever this was, right, some negative thing. And then so I would like rewrite the internal monologue script and say, I get to do this, right? And small changes like that actually had a huge impact on me, because when you get to do something, you're actually showing gratitude for the ability to actually, you know, do that. And not to get on like a dark, morbid level, but I lost one of my best friends to heroin when he was 26. I was still 25 at the time, but I turned 26 shortly after. Anyways, people in my life that are no longer with us don't get to do those things. So I should be grateful that even though it's something that I'm not like really trying to do, it's better than being dead. And sometimes you have to do things that you don't want to do to live. And the other thing is that like you can't appreciate the light without the dark, right? If there was no sunlight, or if everything was sunlight, you wouldn't be able to appreciate it, right? If there was no darkness in the world, if there was no downsides, then you couldn't appreciate the upsides, if that makes sense, right? Seems to be our gen's curse, same. And then the external, when they tried to or tried me on anti-psychs, yep, and you realize you don't want to be that, and actually it's shockingly easy to stop once you realize. I mean, it wasn't like the world's easiest thing to do. It took me a long time to turn my life around, but I did. It's nice to hear someone else say the words, I hurl at unreasonable people on the daily. Yeah. It seems to be a common story of a lot of decent, kind US peeps I speak of. I'm really not sure why. Yep. The whole like pain brings balance thing used to sound like stoic rotted nonsense to me, but I get it at this age. No, of course it takes time, but it becomes obvious what you have to do. Yeah. I mean, as soon as you have like the ability to like get out of that initial hole and you realize that you don't want to be back in that hole, it can be kind of easy to like start making a safety net. And I think that's really what it comes down to, is that like you kind of need a safety net, whether it's like social or habitual tradition, like, you know, doing rituals, you know, whatever works for you. Some people use religion, etc. Whatever works for you to prevent yourself from going down that negative path. Yeah, exactly. And going through all of this is the only reason I'm here taking a stab at Twitch, so I can't hate it, really. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Everyone's different in why they do things or whatever. For me, I don't know. I've always been like pretty introverted, but I've kind of always had like extroverted like tendencies from time to time too. Like when I was a kid, I used to love going to the carnival and being around a whole bunch of people, you know. And then as I became closer to an adult and I could go to the carnival by myself, it was even cooler, you know. And then when I was a little bit older, I started going to big music festivals and concerts by myself or with a small group of friends. And I loved being like immersed in a sea of people. And even though I was like super introverted, and then eventually I started throwing like really big parties at my own house, like up to 300 people would show up at my house. And it would be like every weekend, just like random people would show up because they went to the party last weekend and they heard that I partied every weekend. They just started showing up every weekend, and it got really kind of ridiculous. I was meeting a lot of people, but not really becoming good friends with all of them, if that makes sense, right? I had like quantity over quality at that point. And I did still have some close friends, but usually it was because of like a band that I was in, and then there would be some band drama, and then the band would split, and then I'd be kind of like stuck, you know, like back into starting a new band ending up with more band drama down the road, etc. You know. And after like one of the parties got like really out of hand, I decided like I just need to put an end to that. We're only gonna do small parties for now on. I still did a few smaller parties after that, maybe like 50 people tops or whatever, which to some people that's a big party. 50 people at your house is a big party, but after you have like 300, like 50 is not nearly as bad, you know. But yeah, it was weird because I would like go out places and people would recognize me. I wouldn't recognize them. And like they had partied at my house. I didn't even know their name, kind of thing. And it felt weird. And I also like, I feel like something happened to my memory at that point where I just like stopped caring about like meeting people because I met so many people all the time that I couldn't keep track of them, and I was drinking a lot and smoking a lot of weed. So like I would just like in one ear out the other not even try to remember these people. And my brain just got so used to that after years of doing that it's still hard for me to like remember people's names, and like putting faces with names and stuff is really hard for me. Like I feel like I only had so much like RAM in my head, and then after a while I would just start like writing over that RAM. Which is weird because I have a pretty good memory, but when it comes to faces and names, like it just doesn't work as well. Let's see, what did I miss? Yeah, I wouldn't have been brave enough to stop shutting my extrovert side down if I hadn't figured my stuff out. Get the feeling you're the same. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's probably kind of it. Like introspection caused me to inspect others as well, I guess. I don't know. Haha, damn, I had wild parties too. Stuff got broken at my parents' house once. Oh, yeah. I lived by myself, but things definitely got broken and stolen for sure. This is spooky, what the fuck? Yeah. One time I had this party and like a bunch of carnies showed up from the carnival, and they like waited until everyone fell asleep and then came back and robbed everyone. It was fucking crazy. It was nuts. Bands are always drama, especially for teens. Yeah, I mean, at that point I was a little bit out of my teens. To be honest, it wasn't, I don't know, the first band that I was in, there was some drama because they didn't want me to be in it for the talent show in like 6th grade, but I really wanted to be, so I was like fucking crying, and my mom's like, well, why are you crying? I was like, they don't want me to play in the talent show. And like my mom called the dude's mom, and they like forced me to be in the talent show. And then there was 2 bass players at the talent show, and everyone thought it was fucking weird. And I felt really kind of stupid because my mom kind of like forced me in there and like forced this kid to let me play in his band, kind of thing. Because I had been playing it with this dude's band for like a while, and like we lived next to each other, so I would go over to his house and we jammed together for a while, like months. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we found another bass player, we don't need you, kind of thing. But then after that I made good friends with my friend that actually ended up dying from heroin. Was one of my best friends. I was in a band with him for fucking ages, until like maybe a couple years before he died, where the new drummer wanted his girlfriend in the band, and they got rid of me, and then they brought in his girlfriend. But I was still friends with them until my friend died, and that's unfortunate. But yeah, I had other bands at that point. I was already in like 2 or 3 bands or something, so I was like able to like just move between different bands. The Electric Mindset, welcome in. Oof, I just unmuted after coming, and that was a tragic thing to come into. Oh, sorry to hear, or sorry for that, Electric Mindset. Yeah. Sorry, dude, forgot to lurk. How has everything been going? Everything's going good. How's your stream going? I think I've got you lurked. Oh, is it your birthday today, Electric Mindset? Happy birthday. I didn't know it was your birthday. Damn. Going good so far. Awesome to hear. Thanks for stopping in. I'll snooze the ad. Yeah, birthday stream today. Been nice. Lots of calls from family. Well, that's awesome, Electric Mindset. Very glad to hear that. Hope you have an amazing stream. Sorry, I had to hydrate there. Mouth is getting dry. Let's see. I was kind of backed up on chat. I feel like I should be fixing bugs right now. Damn all the state-dependent memory. It's spooky. I've lived the drug-fueled blackouts too. Yeah. LOL Sig. I would have killed for a carny party back then. LOL. My sister was the band kid. Not gonna tell you which member she's up to now. So sad to be gel with someone artistically as well, to have something like that happen. Yeah, it was super sad. By the way, feel free to skim my messages. I genuinely don't mind. Word. I try to read everything in chat. Sometimes it's harder to keep up with it than others. Then I tend to get on my own tangents and like it's rough. Going back to lurking, I'll try to be on time next time. Oh, don't worry about it at all. I mean, I don't have a set schedule, so sometimes things happen. I was actually planning on starting to stream earlier, and then I just didn't get to it. But yeah, I think the bugs are actually taken care of. Oh, I remember what I wanted to do. I wanted to give myself more health, but I guess we can just cheat. Not that big of a deal. We have the debugger. Mostly I put that in there so when I'm testing it on the Miu Mini, because it's just a better experience to test it that way. I can do it on the cycle or whatever. No, but honestly it gets exhausting, so like honestly I have to say skim away. Oh no, it's one of those things. It's like I try to get better at both just at reading in general, because I'm like a little bit dyslexic. And then also like it's a good practice to be able to read stream and also do stuff at the same time. So I realize I'm not doing a whole lot at the same time, but that goes with the practice thing. Electric Mindset says, hope everyone enjoys the stream. Remember to sub to avoid ads. One of the best game dev streamers on Twitch. Well, thank you, Electric Mindset. I appreciate that. Oh, definitely he's on my list for eventual sub dump. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that as well. Yeah, I mean, obviously. Oh wait, I hit no for enabled. That was the wrong answer. If you can't afford it, then that's fine. I'm not the type of person to be like, oh, you need to sub. I mean, I get it. Money is tight. The subs can be expensive. Oh, Electric Mindset. Didn't have to do that. Well, thank you so much, Electric Mindset, for gifting the sub. It's your birthday and you're gifting subs. Electric Mindset, come on. Do you want me to feel bad? I'm ADHD, man. If something requires monotropic attention, I will stop breathing to do it. Oh, no way. Thanks, man. Yeah. Electric Mindset, you're too kind. No worries, man. You were a big part in making my year as good as it was. Well, that's fantastic. I am glad to hear that. But still, making me feel bad. It's your birthday. You should be getting the gifts. Boss dead, no. Boss enabled, yes. Dude level, We already chose it. So yeah, if we hit select, the boss is there. Let's go fight that crazy son of a fish. But yeah, I hope you enjoy the rest of your stream, Electric Mindset. We do have ads now for those of you who are not subbed and are stuck in the ads. Of course, if you're stuck in the ads, you can't hear me. But what you gonna do? Critical cast, 180 damage. Oh, he's still alive too. Yeah, I think it might be wise to make it so you can level up more. Although honestly, like getting to level 200 or whatever is going to be difficult to do without cheating. This game is gonna take fucking 40 hours or something. Get out of here. Battle the Death Lord. We're gonna cast third. But also, let's cheat real quick, because I'm gonna run out of health. So yeah, we'll just set this to 999. 999. That way... Yep, I've got 999 health now. But also, you'll notice they've got 288 after I hit them. So it didn't clamp to the 255, so that's good. Yeah, it did say negative. Yay, I'm not dead. And it didn't play the music because I put in that conditional. You saved me from that ugly seaweed. I'm so happy. You're the best. You could even... Uh-oh. Eat the Dragon Lord. The T is hanging off the page. So that's why it's important to test this shit. What happened there? So if we go to this, got this. Move this 69. Maybe it should be 70? Honestly, it shouldn't make a difference as long as it hits the edge of the screen because the camera will stop. But 70 should work. But what about the other ones? Are the other ones like that too? And this one too. Yeah, I don't know. Do we do this one? No. This one too. Well, that one's at 68. Wait, is it supposed to be at 68 or is it supposed to be at 69? Maybe. It shouldn't make a difference because it's... Wait, because it's parallax, maybe it does make a difference. Or... I don't know, let's put it at 70 and see what happens. Oh wait, that's not even the right one. Shit. Alright, this one 69. Okay. 70. No wonder why I was confused. Crazy. So I feel like it should kind of not go to negative. I mean, it's kind of one of those things that's not like super important or anything like that, but it might look better if people, because it's going to be hard to land on 0 exactly, right? So yeah, we'll make a if variable value enemy 3 health is comparison less than or equal to 0, then enemy variable value enemy 3 health equals 0. We'll copy that and we'll throw it right there. So that's for enemy 3. We need to make some changes for each one. So this is enemy 2. So enemy 2 health and enemy 2 health. And we'll do this one as well, enemy 1. Enemy 1 health. Enemy 1 health. Right. And there is a check for the 4th enemy, but there is no 4th enemy on this scene, so we don't have to worry about that one. But we should do the same thing for these ones. So we'll start with the 3rd one. Paste it. And this one we don't have to change because this is enemy 3 again. But we do need to change these two. Enemy 2. Oh no, that's type. Enemy 2 health. There we go. Oh, this is enemy 1. Oh, enemy 4. What am I doing? Alright, so that does it for boss 3 and 4. We should do boss 2. Honestly, we should probably do it for all of the fight scenes. But I feel like I already did it for the other ones. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. We'll have to double check here. Alright, so... where was that even? Here. Alright. Enemy 3 health. That one's fine. Only gotta change. Enemy 2 health. Enemy 2 health. Enemy 1 health. Enemy 1. Oops. Wait, 1 health. There it is. Okay. Alright, attack choice 3, enemy 3 health, attack choice 2, enemy 2 health, Alright. And we should probably double check to make sure these aren't clamps. Oh, they aren't. Okay. And then let's take a look at the fight scene ones. So this is when they die. So much here. Alright, that's also when they die. We want if they miss, or if they don't miss. If miss equals false, attack. These ones here. So we do need to do these ones. Oh look, and they're not clamped here either. So that would be an issue if the health were above. Of course, these ones, they don't, so that's probably why I didn't change it, but... which makes me think maybe it would just be quicker to leave those ones. In fact, yeah, I think we'll do that. I'm trying to remember when the health goes over. Oh, that's for the damage. On inits. Oh, I think it's on this one actually. Maybe I'm wrong. Make sure enemies aren't dead. Okay, that's where it sets the health. So that goes to 120. So we don't have to worry about that. That one goes to 170. That one goes to 210. So we really don't have to worry until they get to 255, which the bosses do, but we already did those ones. But then these ones... oh, they stop at 250, so we don't have to worry about those ones either. But these ones we will, because they start at 260, go to 290. So yeah, since these are over 255, we need to do that double check and make sure that it's not clamped, and then make sure that it doesn't go negative. Alright, so if attack miss equals 0, look at that, they aren't clamped. So that would have been an issue. Or they are clamped. We need to make them not clamped. Wait, displayed. Second enemy has... oh. Oh, we took that out because it does it in the UI now. At first the UI didn't exist. Yeah. This was actually from an update. I don't think there was UI in the Game Jam version. Unless I'm mistaken. Pretty sure just you had to like pay attention. Alright, so here, unclamp that. We can actually paste this event there. That doesn't need any changes. And then we'll unclamp this one, paste the event, change it to enemy4. Enemy4. Oops, that's a 3. Enemy4 health, alright. And then this one, change it to 2. Enemy 2 health. Enemy 2 health. Enemy 1 health. Enemy 1 health. So those ones are good. And we already did the boss, so let's go to 7. We'll do the same thing here. If attack miss equals 0, you need to make sure it's not clamped. Paste the event. Enemy 1 health. Enemy 1 health. Enemy 1. Oh, this is enemy 2. What am I doing? Enemy 2 health. I'll pay more attention. Enemy 2 health. And we need to make sure this happens first. Make sure this isn't clamped. Paste that. Put it there. That one's good because it's 3. And this one needs to be 4. Alright. Eighteen 8. Attack missed equals 0. Oops. This is enemy 1. Sorry, distracted. So I think I'm gonna need a tea break in a couple minutes here. Excuse me. There's an ad coming up in like 6 minutes, so it takes me a good 4 minutes to make tea. I've realized. I've been timing myself. Alright, that one's done. I need to get like a kettle. I had one, and then I lost it at my mom's. I don't know where it went. Probably in the crawl space somewhere, but I looked everywhere in the crawl space. I looked everywhere elsewhere too, but unless someone just like threw it away. I don't know why someone would just throw it away though. It was just a cheap one anyways. It's just, you know, how many times you gotta buy a kettle before you have a kettle that you just have, you know? I kinda wanna get an electric one, to be honest. Oh, that one I don't need to puff with, I just need to turn the clamp off. I turned the clamp off that one too. Alright, so that should do it. There's the 5-minute warning for the ad. So in about a minute, I'm gonna take my break here. think we should be mostly set. We do gotta check the cutscenes again. Okay. Alright, so I am going to make my tea now. So we'll take a quick break and then we'll come back and test this once I get my tea. And it shouldn't take too long. There's gonna be ads in like 3 minutes. So after the ads, maybe another minute. Anyways, I'll BRB. Alright, looks like we're about back from the ads. I've got my tea. That's pretty good timing, actually. Kara, welcome in. How you doing? I want to go get tea now, but I'm glued to the chair. Well, what's more important? Being glued to the chair or making tea? What kind of tea do you have? Or what kind of tea would you plan on making? I've got a nice selection, but I'm drinking chai with a little bit of sugar and a little bit of coconut milk. So I guess we'll start at World 1. We'll just do the whole game here. I've been drinking literally straight up ginger powder, like Chinese stuff. That sounds amazing, actually. I'm a huge fan of ginger. I have this like ginger lemon tea. My mom had like a whole bunch of it, so I inherited her stash of ginger lemon tea. So I've been kind of quickly going through that. Same, it's been good for GI issues for me always. Yeah, it's fucking great for that, but it's also, it just tastes so fucking good. But yeah, like usually, because I used to get this brand called Traditional Medicinals. You probably don't have it in the UK. And it was like fucking $7 or some shit like that. Been okay? Well, okay is better than not good, but I'm glad that you're okay. Everyone should check out Kara's stream. Give her a follow if you haven't yet. And when she streams, then you'll know. But yeah, ginger is just so good for your gut, and then also it just tastes so damn good. And I like spicy food, and ginger is spicy. Like, it's like a weird, different type of spice, but it's definitely spicy. And like, it's not like hot pepper spicy, but it's definitely spicy. I would say almost in the way that horseradish is spicy, but horseradish is a little different and spicy too. I mean, they're all three spicy, but they're all three a little different. Anyways, when I realized like spending $7 for a box of tea was fucking outrageous. It's probably even more now, because that was back in the day. What I ended up doing was just buying ginger and then just slicing it up real thin and just boiling it in water, and there you have ginger tea. You don't even need to dry it. But if you dry it and pulverize it, you could definitely make a powder out of it for sure. Yeah, same. I love Szechuan more than anything. I paid stupid money to import restaurant grade stuff, and you use less than a teaspoon of each dish. It's so good. Won't be for a long time probably. I think my CPU is too weak. That's probably why I have the mic issues. Ah. I do love the sliced ginger steeped tea thing. This powder is just overkill, especially when sinus is being sucky. That's actually cool though. Like, I had ginger powder, like the seasoning, but I didn't feel like it was very spicy compared to like the raw ginger. So like I tried making tea with it, and I felt like you needed to use like a lot to get like the same spicy level. But on the other hand, if you just like leave the ginger in the tea and even take a bite out of the ginger, you get that extra spice. I also used to make ginger candy, and I don't remember what it's asking me here. No, boss enabled. Yes, that okay. Yes, choose level. We're gonna choose 160. So yeah, I used to just make slices of ginger, pretty thin, not super thin, so you could still like hold them, and then I would boil them with water, just like a tiny bit of water, until it would like almost completely evaporate, and then I would put in just a little bit more water, and then I mixed in sugar and kind of made like a syrup with sugar and water, and just kind of let it simmer in that, like I let the boiled ginger simmer in the syrup and water, and then I would freeze it. I'd just throw it in a bag and freeze it, and I'd coat it with some more sugar so that way it wasn't as sticky. It was still sticky, but like, you know, it's candy, so what are you gonna do? But yeah, like I tried just having my OBS and stuff open, put open a game, CPU gets over 50%, and some things start acting weird. Yeah, so OBS is definitely a resource hog, and then a lot of games are resource hogs as well. And then having a browser open doesn't help either, like if you're like monitoring your stream or something like that. So I feel you. My computer's from 2019. It was a decent computer in 2019, but it's a laptop, and there's no way for me to update it or upgrade it. And it's like a 1660 Ti graphics card. It does have like 2 graphics cards, but if you're using a game that wants to use the, you know, the fancy graphics card, and then if you're using OBS, that also wants to use the fancy graphics card. For something like GB Studio, it's pretty perfect. For something like Aseprite, it's fine. You know, Clip Studio Paint, it's fine. But once you start trying to use game engines like Unity, or try to play games like modern games, it falls short for sure. So what I end up doing is I have a I can't remember the graphics card. I have a desktop with an even older graphics card that can handle my VTubing stuff in OBS, but it basically, you know, is in the same boat, can't handle modern like games and stuff. So if I'm gonna play a modern game, I'll play it on my laptop and then have that stream to my other computer, using like an OBS link thing or something like that. I can't remember what I did. And then I use the other one to run all of the, like, the bells and whistles of the stream, like mix it up and via DoTube and all the other things with OBS. And that one sent it to the Twitch servers. Yeah, I make matcha that way sometimes, but super cool. Minus the freezing. You know, honestly, I was thinking about matcha the other day. I don't really know what matcha is. I imagine it's like green tea powder, but like, what is it? Okay, it is. Matcha is finely ground powder made from specially grown green tea leaves, known for its vibrant green color. So it's ground tea leaves? Interesting. Consumed as a tea or used in lattes, smoothies, and desserts. Unlike steeped tea, you consume the whole leaf, leading to a more concentrated dose of antioxidants and L-theanine, providing a calm energy. It's central to Japanese culture, prepared by whisking the powder with hot water. So couldn't you just take green tea and just grind it up in like a mortar pestle kind of thing? Yeah, I do want to monitor the stream if finished stream. Yeah, it's generally a good idea to monitor. I use that other desktop computer to monitor the stream if I'm not using it to stream on. But I also monitor it through OBS, which probably makes OBS take a little bit more resources, but I'm used to that, so whatever. Let's see. I can just about run OBS and my stream games, but it's maxing out my system. It's pretty good, but you have to get a decent brand. It's becoming harder. Popularity kind of destroying it, to be honest. It's a different genus of plant, I think, but essentially, yeah, okay. That makes sense if it's like a special tea. Like, for instance, wasabi isn't just regular horseradish, it's like a special breed of horseradish that's been bred that way for millennia. Probably doesn't help I bought my PC over 8 years ago. Yeah, that would be the issue. It's like a graphics card thing, right? Because the new graphics cards come out every year, and then everything is like, oh, everyone's got better graphics cards now, and yeah. And OBS is processor intensive, there's no way around that. I mean, you could kind of lessen the load by having a lower quality stream, but generally people want a high quality stream when they're going to go watch streams. Every once in a while you see people streaming at like lower than 720, but it's pretty rare. 720 is pretty low these days in itself, but that's pretty much all I can handle, so I'm okay with streaming at 720. Yeah, we're lucky to get 2% wasabi in the UK, lol. I stream at 720 for now, but I'll build that PC this week probably. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I want to build a new PC, and I could probably handle some stuff at 1080, but I find that it crashes more, so I'm trying to cut down on that. So make sure I did this right. The boss is there. Let's go fight the boss. I can't afford a decent one yet, but I'll do what you're doing and cobble together a sister system. Yeah, I mean, if you've got another computer laying around, streaming on a second computer is definitely an option. It does take a little bit of, like, figuring it out, but it wasn't too bad, really. There's a lot of videos and stuff on YouTube. Yeah, and Microsoft being a bitch, canceling support for Windows 10, and their response being to everyone, just buy a PC that can support Windows 11. Now everyone can afford new PCs, Microsoft. Don't try to read sister system. Wait. What? But yeah, I prefer Windows 10, to be honest. I don't care that it's not getting support. I would rather use it. Also, my VR headset doesn't work with Windows 11. So, and it's a Windows headset. It's a fucking Windows mixed reality headset, and it doesn't work with fucking Windows 11. Ridiculous. Microsoft is kind of shit. I generally find sister system difficult to say. Oh, like a tongue twister, I got you. Sister system, yeah, sister system. If you say it 3 times fast, then you know it's a tongue twister. If you can't say it 3 times fast. You can get around the Windows 11 hardware restrictions during install pretty easy, but I don't know if you'd be willing to install it anyways. Yeah, but the fact so many people can't afford Windows 11 PCs and their response is just, "You poor, sucks to be you, kid." Yeah, it does suck. Yeah. I would say don't worry about updating Windows 10. Like, I mean, yeah, it would suck if there was like some security flaw or something like that, but generally speaking, a lot of that stuff is like browser based, and I don't know, I'm okay with it. I'm not worried about a security hole for Windows 10. If I hear about it, then maybe I'll worry about it, but right now it seems okay. I can see video drivers becoming tied to Windows versions, like they kinda are to Linux soon. So it might affect streamers. Yeah, I mean, eventually I'm gonna have to get a new system, and then it's probably gonna come with Windows, unless I decide to switch to Linux, which I don't think I'm gonna. I have a Steam Deck, like I said, so I'm like getting used to Linux, but I don't think I could just make the switch on my like workstation. I'm too dependent on knowing that software is gonna work on Windows. Linux is fun, come to the dark side. So like, the problem I have with Linux is that I feel like I have to relearn everything. Like every stupid little thing I have to like relearn how to do that on Linux. Like something that just comes natural, I've been doing it for decades on Windows. I have to like watch a tutorial on how to do it for Linux. And then I have to like keep track of both now, and it's like just eating away at my intellectual RAM, my brain's RAM. You have to relearn it when you change Linux distro too. It's absolutely awful. It is way better nowadays than it was though. I believe it. Plus, I believe Windows 11 by default has a spy setting on, and to find it requires a lot of digging in settings to turn off the setting. Microsoft uses to spy on you, and they don't even tell you about the setting. Yeah, I believe it. Pretty much everything spies on you these days. It's funny, like, in the 2000s, everyone was like, "Oh my god, spyware, get rid of it," and like, everyone was like, learning about like, oh, this is spyware, can't use spyware, and now it's like spyware is fucking everywhere. Everything is spyware. There's no getting away from it. It's fucking crazy. You've got a phone, it's chock full of spyware. You got a computer, it's the application spy on you. You know, like games spy on you, right? Like everything fucking spies on you these days. Fucking game consoles spy on you. You know, like it's got a microphone. It's sending fucking what you're saying all the time. Like, it's fucking crazy. I don't like it. I did really enjoy the book 1984, but it was fucking creepy reading it, you know? Because you just like, I don't know. Have you read Island? No, I don't know that one. If I had things to hide, I wouldn't choose to stream. Wait, what did I miss? I doubt you'll even find a Linux kernel in a regular distro that doesn't do that. I've kind of given up caring. If I had things to hide, I wouldn't stream. The funniest shit I've heard though is moon landing deniers saying it was AI generated. Ah yes, the AI of 1968. Such great AI they had back then. Island is the opposite of 1984 by Aldous Huxley. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm surprised I don't know that. I read Brave New World by Aldous Huxley, and I actually read Heaven and Hell, or no, The Doors of Perception. Yeah, I read The Doors of Perception on stream actually a couple months ago. And I've read Heaven and Hell because it was on the same book. Idealistic Society, Egalitarian. Right on. Yeah, I did read A Brave New World, but that one was still pretty dystopian. Like, it was interesting because the people who lived there thought it was idealistic and egalitarian, but, or like utopian, but it was obvious to the reader that it was dystopian. It was kind of an interesting thing there. Some weird concepts in there though. I don't really read books. I prefer listening to music and imagine the scenario on the spot. So I'm in the same boat where like I like books, but I have trouble reading because of dyslexia and ADHD as well. Like it's hard for me to stay focused. But audiobooks actually helped me a lot with that. When I was delivering pizzas, I read a lot of audiobooks. Or listened to a lot of audiobooks. Yeah, I have to reread chunks of books because of ADHD. It gets annoying after the 8th time. Yeah, we were like, wait, did I miss something? And you don't trust yourself because it happens so often. But yeah, the same thing can kind of happen with audiobooks, especially when you're driving. Because it's better to pay attention to the road when you need to than to pay attention to the book. But luckily I've got like a touch screen on my car, so I could just like scroll back a little bit. But yeah, I really got into like the dystopian stuff for a bit there. I read Orwell's Animal Farm when I was a kid, actually. I read Fahrenheit 451, I think, or whatever the number is. Fahrenheit whatever. And I didn't actually enjoy it. I thought it was boring. But maybe I was pretty young. I was still in junior high when I read it. I read Lord of the Flies in junior high as well. And again, kind of boring. Didn't really like it. But yeah, later in life I kind of got back into fiction. Oh, I think I know a book you'll like. Blood Music by Greg Bear. I've never heard of him. Oh, Neuromancer. I've heard of Neuromancer. Yeah, no, I listened to the audiobook of Neuromancer. And I liked it, but I liked Snow Crash more. Although Snow Crash has like one scene that's like really offsetting. Plus I don't have the attention span to read a book, just give me a movie instead. I can have the same issue with a movie though too, where I stop paying attention. Like if I pull out my phone, it's like I better just fucking pause the movie because I'm no longer paying attention to the movie. I think I picked up Snow Crash once and put it down. I liked Snow Crash. I thought it was good. I do wish it like didn't have that one pervy scene in like the, I don't know, second or at the start of the end of the book, kind of towards the end of the book. Amazon was actually gonna make a series based on that, but it didn't. Um, but yeah, I read a lot of Philip K. Dick. I'm a big fan of Philip K. Dick. And Amazon did a series. Oh, that one's off too. Amazon did a series based on Philip K. Dick's short stories, which was really good. Electric Dreams, it was called. But yeah, Snow Crash was cool because it was like the deliverator. He's a pizza driver, right? I've delivered lots of pizzas in my days. I've had like 3 or 4 jobs delivering pizzas. I lost track how many pizza jobs. Maybe only 3 pizza jobs, but for a long time. Damn, I wanted that job for so long. It's a shit job. It's not a good job, at least here in the States. I guess if you have a company car, it's not so bad. No license though. Jeez. Alright, let's fight boss 3 now. This button. This button. Choose world. World 3. Boss dead. No. Boss enabled. Yes. Choose level. Yeah, let's choose. Maybe it'll refresh my health. Didn't glitch out that time. I know it's shitty, but like, I don't know. Easy late night work. So the problem with pizza driving is that it puts a lot of wear and tear on your car. Also, if you're driving around a lot, you might get into an accident. Someone might hit you. You might hit a deer. Like, things fucking happen when you're on the road all the time. They want you to work in shitty weather. So there was one winter, it was like so snowy. It was like a snowstorm, and every other driver except for me and one other person went off the road. And it was like a Saturday night, so like that means like 5 different drivers went off the road and like ditched their cars. By the end of the night, it was just 2 people working the Saturday shift. And don't get me wrong, I got a $40 tip that night, but it was unrelated to the storm. Someone had called and said, oh, deliver the pizza to my friend's house. I'll be there by the time it comes. And they weren't there, and it was their job to pay for the pizza. So their friend was like, I'd totally pay for it, but I don't have the money. If you want to wait, you can. You know, like, I don't know what to tell you. And so I waited for like 10 minutes for this dude. And he's like, I'm so sorry. Here's the money. And here's something extra for you. Hadn't thought about that. I guess you guys need tips too, so you have to deal with that. Damn, I'd be like, bye. Yeah. So the tips thing was nuts. At the last pizza place I worked at, they had an issue with customers that didn't tip. Right now, the very first pizza job I had, like I said, I had 3 different pizza jobs. The very first one, the store owner was adamant about making sure people tipped. If they didn't tip, he wouldn't take your calls anymore. The other problem, though, was that he was dipping into the tips. So at the other 2 pizza places I worked at, the driver holds on to their tips. Yeah, right? So you've got like a little pouch, right, that has like some change to start, right? Like, you know, a couple bucks or whatever. Enough change for a 20, basically, right? And like some coins in there in case people need exact change, which hopefully never happens, right? So then you end up building up a bunch of singles throughout the end of the night until like it's so fat you can't even put it in your back pocket anymore, hopefully, right? And then but it's kind of dangerous because you could get robbed, right? Someone could it's pretty rare. I've never been robbed, but it could happen, especially if you were like in the city. So for whatever reason, and maybe someone did get robbed or something, but this guy, the owner of this first place I worked at, he was like, take all the money and give it to me when you come back to the shop. So when you go back to the shop to get your next delivery, you have to give him all the money, he puts it in like a tip jar that you know, he monitors, and then gives you a new bag with the change back. And so you've got like just enough for the change every time you go out. But then when you weren't there, he would go and take some of the money and put it in the register. So and if you were tracking how much tips you've got, you'd realize, hey, wait, he took $20 of my tips. What the fuck? And there was no recourse because the guy was like mob affiliated. So like, it's like, that was a shitty job. But at least he stopped going to people's places that didn't tip, right? And then so the second place I worked for, they didn't really have that issue. It was mostly rich people that ordered, and they all tipped pretty well. Maybe every once in a while you'd get like a small tip, but usually there was a tip. But then this third place, a lot of like really poor people who had been calling for years on like a daily basis even, would have stacks of empty pizza boxes in their recycling when you get to the door, wouldn't give you a tip. And no one ever told them like, you have to tip or we're not going to deliver to you. But then they also had this other issue where they would deliver to the power plants. And there was 2 power plants in the vicinity, and both of them had the same fucking issue where they would work out this deal with the owner where they would be like special lunch things, and like you get like a special price for the power plant lunches, and they thought that everyone thought the tip was included for some reason, right? I guess it's because the power plant pays for the lunch, the overtime lunches they call it. So if you're working overtime, you get free lunch, but it comes from the pizza place. And then they don't tell the worker, but you need to tip them. And then no one ever like tells them like, but you still gotta tip the driver kind of thing. Like, so it was just, if it was an overtime lunch deal, you kind of knew you weren't gonna get a tip. And that sucked because you had to go all the way to the fucking power plant, which was like 15 minutes away from the shop, right? Or maybe 10-minute drive from the shop. And then you'd have to wait for up to 10 to 20 minutes sometimes to get through the security checkpoint, because they literally had to swab your fucking car for nitroglycerin and put a mirror underneath your car and walk around it. But not just your car, but every fucking car and truck that was in line in front of you. And it sucked. So as you get there, you'd say like, man, I really hope they give you a tip, because every once in a while they'd be like, oh, I found out that I need to tip you, so I got a tip for you. But that was so rare. And then there was like the random occasion where they would be like a training class, and you would be bringing like fucking 10 pizzas to a training class, and then they give you like a $50 bill as a tip because it was the training class, and you just brought fucking 10 pizzas or whatever. Damn, yeah, we have the opposite issue here in the UK where there is no tip culture, but some people, usually poster delivery workers, accept tips, especially around the holidays, but it's never communicated and it's not normalized to offer. So you just end up assuming each other is horrible. Well, like, from what I understand, like, the pay is like based on the fact that there's no tips in the UK, right? But here, the pay is based on the fact that you're supposed to get a tip also. So they'll be like, they get away with paying you under minimum wage because they say, oh, well, you get tips. But then you get taxed on your tips too. And it's like, it's not a good job to rely on tips. With the pizza place, man, I got stiffed almost every day at that third place. But what made it worse was that there was 2 women that had been working there since they were like teenagers or something, and they knew all of the people that stiffed, and they would cherry pick the orders. and the one would be on the oven, like cooking the pizzas, and her sister would be out driving, and she would save the good tippers for her sister, and then they would split the tips or whatever, you know. And I called them out on it, right? Because it was a Saturday night. I took a whole bunch of deliveries, and I got stiffed like fucking 10 times, and like no one was like a good tipper that night. So I was like going home with like $5 or something like that. I literally spent more on gas than I was getting tips for, right? And they didn't pay you for gas. The hourly wage was shit. So I was literally losing money on a Saturday night, which is supposed to be the money night, right? Because like you go to work on a Wednesday afternoon, you know you're losing money, but Saturday night should make up for it. You make $200 in tips, hopefully, right? No, I made like $5 in tips or something like that, and they're like, yeah, sometimes it's like that. And I was like, it's like that because you cherry picked the orders. And she's like, what? And her face got all red, and then she like started screaming at me, and I just played it cool. I was like, you know, like, I'm just calling it how it is, kind of thing. And she's like, you need to leave right now. You need to go. I'm like, so what? You're firing me? She's like, you need to get the hell out of here right now. She's screaming at me, right? And I'm just like, okay, if you want me to go, that's fine, but we can talk about this like adults if you'd like. And she's just screaming at me. I'm like, well, I'm not gonna sit here and get screamed at, so I'm going to leave them. And then so the next day, the owner called me, and I was actually friends with the owner's daughter and the owner's daughter's fiance. So I was like, you know, I wasn't like close to the owner, but I was close enough where they're like, Rick, what was going on with that? Why did you get sent home early? Or whatever. And or why I don't remember exactly how it worked. Because I think I was getting ready to leave, but yeah, anyways, the owner called me. I was like, yeah, you know, I called her out for that because it was obvious what was going on. And you know, like, I was real chill and cool about it, and she kind of flew off the handle, and they're like, yeah, I know, we watched the surveillance video and she freaked out on you and you were cool, so like, thanks for not freaking out back, but like, I'm gonna have a talk with this woman, you know. So she got, you know, in trouble for that, and I got to keep my job. You know, they were nice to me after that, and people didn't fuck around. But at that point, I was kind of already halfway out on that job. And that's bad. I heard this story from so many friends, always these kind of jobs too, where they get roped into cleaning pots. Oh yeah, fuck, I had a line cook job where they kept on putting me on the fucking dishes. Every time the disher would just quit and walk out or not show up, it was like, oh, well, you're doing dishes tonight, as well as doing the line cook. That sucked. That was one of the only jobs I walked out on. But it was like one of those jobs where everyone walked out. Like, not only the dishwashers were just, they would just go through dishwashers all the time because they either would no show or they would just walk out like in the middle of a shift. But the bartender walked out during the middle of the shift. The only bartender there, like, with customers. So like, I had to cook and bartend at the same time. And then also the person who got me the job on my first day walked out, which was really weird. I nearly walked out on my first day. Crazy fucking job. Oh, I went the wrong way there. And I got into a fight. What'd I get? One of my friends worked at a burrito place as a delivery driver. By the end, they had him cooking and filling his own orders to go deliver. And I'm pretty sure his wage didn't get adjusted once. Oh wow, yeah, that's messed up. But at least then you get access to burritos, and you can just like make an extra one for yourself, right? I mean, if they don't even have enough people to cook the food, there's probably no one there watching you cook, right? He was eating like 50% of the orders by the end, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Like, one for you, one for me, one for you, one for me. They walk back there. What are you doing making 10 burritos? Oh, well, someone ordered 5, so figure I'd come home with some dinner. So many fights. Now, one of the craziest jobs I worked at, the other job that I walked out of, was a pantry prep at Yellowstone National Park at the Old Faithful Inn. So, as far as like touristy restaurants go, this was in like the top 3 of the country as far as like top 3 most frequented restaurants during the on season, right? Because they're closed in the winter. But during the season, they get slammed every day, like every day. And I was keeping the buffet stocked. Well, first I started me in the dish pit, and I had never seen a pile of dishes so high before, and I hope I never will again, because it was crazy. And it wasn't like I was letting it pile up. I was going as quickly as I could, and it was still touching the ceiling. Like, I mean, it was on a, you know, a 4-foot counter or whatever like that, but it was like they had to make a second pile next to it because the first one was like about to touch the ceiling and it was going to topple over. And then it just was like expanding. And I would be there until like midnight, like 2 or 3 hours after the restaurant closed. I would still be there fucking doing all the dishes. It was crazy. That sounds fun to me. I know I'm weird. Obviously not if the colleagues are horrible, but anything to do with stock and prep, I love doing. So it wasn't like a terrible job, except that like, same thing, people walked out like crazy, right? So my first day, the guy who's training me fucking walks out because it was Memorial Day and he was a vet and he didn't want to work on Memorial Day, and they made him work on Memorial Day and he walked out. So the head chef is like, all right, I guess I'm training you today. And that was a mess. Like, I remember there was like these one of the dishes called for wheat berries, fermented wheat berries. I'm like, this dish needs fermented wheat berries. How am I gonna make fermented wheat berries? They're like, oh, there should be some. Just look around for them. Usually we have like a tin covered in saran wrap that has fermented wheat berries just like fermenting in it. So I'm looking for it, and finally I find it underneath one of the shelves, like underneath one of the counters. There's like this shelf there, and I bring it up to the counter, I open up the saran wrap, and I get a whiff, and I nearly throw up because it's completely rancid. Like, just completely rancid, right? It had been fermenting way too long, and it would have like killed anyone who ate that shit, right? So I close it back up and I'm like, oh man, I had to like catch my breath and like stop myself from fucking gagging over the toilet, or the trash can. And so I go find the head chef and I'm like, hey, I found the fermented wheat berries, but they're no good. They're rotten. And she's like, no, they're just like that. They're fermented. I'm like, no. I know what fermented stuff is like. This is beyond fermented. They've clearly been there for like 2 or 3 weeks. And she's like, no, just use them. It'll be fine. I'm like, no. I nearly almost threw up when I opened it. If you want to check them yourself, you can, but I am not going to put that in food. And she's like, oh, really? I was like, yeah, really, come here and check it. So she's like, okay. She opens it and gets a big whiff of it. She starts gagging and she almost throws up. She's like, no, throw that away. And then once you throw it away, take out the trash. It was so gross. But yeah, I think I made it a few months there, and eventually they hired a second person, so it wasn't just me doing the entire pantry prep list. Like I said, this was this buffet was one of the most frequented buffets in the country, and so like the list was like fruit salad, it was 12 6-inch full pans of fruit salad, and that was just one of the items on the list. The list was like 25 items long. It would be like 150 of these sandwiches and 200 of these sandwiches. Those would be like separate items on the list, right? And then it'd be like fucking a entire rondo of quinoa, right? And everyone always fucking burnt the quinoa. I knew that from the dish pit. And now I knew why everyone burned the quinoa, because it takes fucking forever to cook, and they've got it in this big fucking rondo, and by the time it's actually fucking cooking, you've got other things going on because you've got this huge fucking list to do. So I definitely burned the quinoa once. No, we had a fridge in the staff kitchen that was infested with larder beetles. I don't even know what that is. I had to pull the fridge out and remove them all myself. They carry salmonella. Could have had the place shut down, but I knew the job. Jeez. Yeah, that sounds nuts. One time, actually the very first job I ever had, it was at a restaurant, and I was basically just there to clean the restaurant before the health inspector came, so that way they wouldn't have to pay off the health inspector as much. They still had to pay it off, but not as much, because I cleaned like the fucking grease on the ceilings and shit like that. It was kind of a crazy job. The first day they're like, all right, you see these black pans? Make them not black. And I was like, I can't do that. Like, I cleaned them. I washed them by hand. I like scrubbed them. And they're like, they're not clean. I was like, no, they're clean. I fucking cleaned them, but they're black because they've been burnt. Someone burnt the pans. They're black. They're like, well, we need them to not be burnt anymore. I was like, well, then you need to buy new pans. You can't just expect burnt pans to come clean. They're ruined. And they're like, no, you need to do that. That's your job. I was like, I literally can't. I tried, and I can't do that. And they're like, well, fine. We'll hire someone else to do that then. You'll do this, right? And so, like, they literally hired this old man to do it, and somehow he managed to do it. He brought his own like cleaning supplies and stuff, and managed to like get the burnt shit off of the pans, at least way better than I could. Some of them were still pretty burnt. But yeah, so one day, or like the next day, right, the head chef is like a fucking cocaine addict, right? So he's all fucking blitzed out on cocaine, and he's cooking lunch, so he's doing like nothing, right? No one's there. It's like a marina for like rich people and shit, and I'm cleaning the dishes. I'm fucking cleaning the party room. I'm cleaning the spaghetti off the chairs, and like, you know, and I'm bussing at the same time, right? So I'm doing all these things at once, and he comes to me. He's like, hey, new guy, I'm gonna clean the fryers with this fryer cleaner. You think I should just dump it in there? And I said, I think you should read the directions. And then he's like, you want to read the directions? I was like, okay. So I look at the directions, and it says, turn off fryer, make sure fryer's not hot, then pour in the fryer, right? And I'm like, it says to not have the fryers on, like, at all. Like, you shouldn't have turned the fryers on today if you were gonna clean them. And he's like, nah, it should be fine. I was like, no, literally it says do not put in a hot fryer. So like you should do it tomorrow. He's like, I'm just gonna do it. I'm like, that's not gonna be good. And he's like, whatever. Then he takes it and he dumps it in the fryer, and I watch it happen. It just fucking overflows. Hot grease everywhere. Just and he's looking at me like, oh my god, what do I do? And then he says to me, don't tell the boss. Don't tell him it was me. Whatever you do, don't tell him it was me. And then he like fucking vanishes. Like his job's fucking over, right? And then the next day, who do you think had to fucking clean it? Fucking me. I'm down underneath, and they fucking had it back on, and they had the broiler on, which was next to it, and so I'm underneath the broiler with a fucking paint scraper, cleaning off this like solidified, jellified grease with cleaner in it. Oh my god, it was so disgusting. It was so bad. The floor was so slippery. Like I was on my hands and knees on this shit. Like it was fucking gross. My hands were covered in it. Like one of the worst jobs I ever had, and it was my very first job. Yes, Madame, I will use my laser eyes instantly. Yeah, he probably had a ton of borax and nasty crap to blast it off and poison a bunch of people slowly. Probably, because he was like super old. He probably did it like the old school way. I honestly, I felt bad for the guy because he was like in his like 60s or 70s. Like I had no idea like people that age still like did hard work, but they do sometimes. Does this story end with him gassing everyone? No, for fuck's sake. Yeah. So then after that, I was cleaning the ceilings, fucking of grease with a degreaser and a ladder and a rag. That was fucking disgusting. Because every time you spray degreaser above you, there's like this mist that comes down that you have to breathe in. And if you've ever breathed in degreaser, that is some nasty, nasty fucking shit. You don't want to fucking breathe that shit in. Oh, I'm probably gonna die here, aren't I? I better cheat and give myself more life. Cause these enemies are fucking tough. I can't imagine. Yeah, no, it's one of the most gross things I've ever tasted. Yeah, it was a strange situation. So one of my roommates and I both didn't have jobs. Oh, I attacked the wrong fish. Both didn't have jobs, and the person who like had the lease on the rental property, it was like a one-room house that had 3 guys living in it, and we all had girlfriends. It was fucking crazy. So me and the other dude, well, first of all, the one dude is like, you guys got to get jobs or I'm kicking you out. So we're like, okay. So me and the one dude are like going everywhere for jobs, and there's like nothing left except for like we both found like the marina is fucking hiring. Like well, let's just go together then, because we both want the job, we both need the job. And so we went together, and they hired us both, which is crazy. Like if you ever go job hunting, you're never supposed to go with someone else. That's like really weird to go job hunting with a friend that also doesn't have a job. It's just like a bad situation. But they hired us both, and he had just turned 21, so he was able to drink at the bar. They're like giving him drinks like on his first day and shit. Like he's getting all buddy with the bartender and shit. They put him on the line, and me on the dishes and cleaning and stuff. And I just had to watch everyone drink, because I was like 20, or I was like 8 or 19 or 20, 18, 19, 20, I don't even know. But yeah, he loved the job. He had a blast working there. I did not. And then like the last day of work, the owner's like, yeah, I don't have any more work for you after this. Maybe like you have a truck, you know, like bring your truck over to my house, you know, and do some yard work for me if you're interested. I'll pay you, 20 bucks an hour, he says. And yeah, and then like later that day, he was like talking to this like fucking yacht owner, because there's a marina right on a river. And so this guy with this big ass fucking boat is like talking to the owner, and the owner's like, hey, to me, he's like, hey, this guy wants to talk to you. So I'm like, well, that's weird, that doesn't happen. So I go over and talk to this rich guy, and he's like, hey, we need a bartender. I'm like, I'm not even 21 yet. He's like, it doesn't matter. This is for a wedding. I'm like, so what do you need me to do? He's like, we basically just need you to get ice. And I'm having my wedding in the yard outside the marina. They're gonna cater the wedding. You just bring ice, and like, you know, if people want you to make drinks, you can, but mostly people are just gonna make their own drinks. It's gonna be an open bar, and I'm gonna bring the booze, he says. So I'm like, all right, because he's like, I'll pay you like $200 to do it, you know. So it was like way more out than I was making like cleaning this fucking restaurant. And so yeah, my job was just to stand there by the bar and make sure there was ice. And I had a big truck, so I could just fucking get like this tub and fill it with ice from the ice maker and drive it up the hill and then put it next to the drinks. Whenever we were low on ice, I just go get more ice. And like people at the wedding I knew were there, so they like were like drinking with me and stuff. I was making drinks for myself. No one cared. The guy who was paying me was fine with it. Like, it was like the complete polar opposite of the job I had for the other guy. And then the next day comes, I do all that yard work. I did it all in under an hour, and he gives me $20 and he says, maybe you should go to college. And I was like, shit, maybe I should go to college. I got my 3D printer a few weeks ago and was printing with a filament a filament that off gases, didn't know. Mouth was numb and tasted like, I don't know what I imagine bleach tastes like for 3 days. For 3 days, jeez. That house sounds like my worst nightmare. Oh, the one room house with 3 like teenage men with girlfriends. Yeah, it was pretty fucked up. It doesn't matter that you're underage, you're only working an event where alcohol will be served incessantly. Yeah, it was like, it was completely under the table kind of situation. They just needed someone to move the ice, and they didn't want to pay a bartender, but they kind of wanted to make sure no one just like walked off with all the booze, I guess. Which wouldn't have really mattered because it was all like open bottles from this dude's bar and shit. There was a lot, don't get me wrong, he had a lot of booze, but it was like stuff he brought from home. Oh wait, this is where I just was. Oh, that one feels weird that it's right there. Alright, so we want to, oh, that's not the right button. We want to test the 4th boss now. Boss dead? No. Boss enabled? Yes. Choose level? Yes. What level? 160. Oh wait, actually we probably should have just left it, because that's gonna like reset my health, I think. It doesn't really matter. Alright, so I think the boss is directly below us. I guess not directly. Oh, look at that. The colliders are still not set. Interesting. Can I interact with them? No. Alright, there is a boss directly to the east of us. Southeast. I lost the ship. Oh, just to the east. Wait, where's the ship? Disappeared. Oh, that's another bug. We want the ship to still be there so you can see where you're at. It did reset my health. Alright, we'll cheat again. Alright.
Oh! Another sensational save! No doubt about that one!
Yeah, I should probably save my work. Is there a way to even get to him? Game saved. You've come this far to fail. Battle the... Wait, did it say Death Lord or did it say Dragon Lord? Alright, so first things first, let's cheat. Set this to 999. Set this to 999. And we're gonna cast at third. Oh. Wait, did it say? It still says tentacle. It needs to say claw. $27 damage. That doesn't seem very high. I only just noticed the jump. Oh yeah. You can jump and catch that little Game Boy cartridge and get stream avatar points. It's kind of hard to do. Oh, you got it. Nice work. Yeah, there's a few different stream avatar commands. There's like a bomb. You can drop a bomb. You can sling yourself, which like shoots you at an angle, and you can randomize your thing. Good job. It's so permissive. Yeah, it kind of gave it to you there, didn't it? Keep sailing and fish all you'd like forever. Owie, owie. Ouch, ouch. Oh shit, it's broken. You did it. You defeated all the imposters. You even returned my crown. Thank you for all your hard work. Genuinely glad I found all you game dev guys, by the way. Hell yeah. I mean, it's kind of a small world, right? It's not like the world's biggest community. I mean, there's some obviously larger game devs that are less connected to the rest of us, but there are, I don't know, there's a lot, but not like a crazy amount, right? There's definitely more artists. There's less pixel artists than there are artists, and like game dev is kind of, you know, like sectioned off between the different game dev stuff. Like there's a couple C programmers that do game dev stuff that I follow. A couple 6502 assembly programmers I follow. Only one Z80 assembly programmer that I follow. So there's a few Unity developers out there for sure. There's Godot developers now, since that became like a big thing, and there's not really too many GB Studio developers. There's only like one other one that I've found that streams kind of regularly. Game Maker, people stream Game Maker. Definitely a couple I follow that stream Game Maker. Unreal, every once in a while you see people streaming Unreal too. Been really weird relating to so many people in a short space of time. Oh well, here's me doing game dev and pixel art and I'm not getting an audience, haha. Double niche. Yeah, I've not seen anyone else stream GB Studio. I mean, it does happen, but it's pretty freaking rare. You caught one fish. That whole time I caught one fish. I beat the whole game, but I only caught one fish. But at least it works. It tells me how many fish I caught, so that's good. Interesting. The boss is still there. So that's a bug. Shouldn't still be there after I just killed it. What's going on with that? So on init, if boss enabled equals 0, set to that, else set to that. If boss dead equals 1, deactivate self, disable collision. So it's obviously not being set to 1 when you kill it. So let's go to this one. And then on updates, somewhere in here. Oh, yep, boss dead. Boss 2 dead, needs to be boss 4. Boss 4 dead equals 1. Oh, and we also needed to say that the tentacles are attacking. So that's actually underneath all of this. Player's turn equals 0. Yeah, it still says takes 5 critical damage even when you take more than 5, so there's that. So I guess we should just remove the 5. That's the easiest way. Oh, here. Tentacle is attacking. Text. Claw. I genuinely can't understand how you even begin to program in this. So it's event-based stuff, right? So I mean, like, it's kind of like visual scripting, right? Each event is just like super basic instructions. So like the local is a local variable. If local 0, which I renamed local 0 RNG because it's a random number generator, so that way I know what it is. So first we set it to be random between 0 and 63. Then if it equals more than 50, then it does a crit, basically, right? And then it does this, takes the damage. So this is like a math event. Player health minus the variable player damage high, which is something I set up earlier. And I guess you've got a limited instruction set. I mean, you do, but you can also code your own events if you know how to do that. And you can like use what they call GBVM, which is like a virtual machine thing. It's this really weird code. I can show you some of it. So there should be one that says like populate fish. Yeah, populate fish. Here we go. And so fish 4, position 4. So each of these does a single tile swap, right? So this is a variable 0, which is an index value, and then this is the replace tile function. So it needs these coordinates for which tile we're replacing, and then it needs a tile set, a background tile set, which is where we're using the index from. So that's for fish gen 5. So this is 5 here. So this is tile 0 because it's an index value. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This one over here is 19. Drop down to the second row, that's 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and so forth, so on and so forth. So you can see it goes 0, 1, 2, and then it goes 20, 21, 22, 40, 41, 42. So that's these tiles here, these 9 tiles. So this is drawing that fish, but it's only doing that when the enemy 4 type is set to 16. So the number for the enemy type, like enemy number, that's actually the position. There's like 4 different possible positions depending on how many fish are in the fight. And then this number that this variable equals is the type number. So there's that number is which fish it is, right? So if it were set to 17, it would be the next fish. 18 is that one, 19 is that one. This one's 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. The bosses are separate, but kind of similar thing, yeah. But yeah, the this stuff is kind of convoluted, but I just kind of copy and pasted it and then like gained a basic understanding of it. This VM pop, I'm not quite sure what this does. I think what it does is it removes this variable. I'm not really sure, but it needs it. So, but I know this pop is a basic instruction for assembly, I believe. Some kind of basic instruction that I'm not really fully aware of or how it works. I just do it because that's what I learned in a tutorial. Do you not find it hard to hold context without like actual written code to read? It was at first, but when I started this, I was kind of like sick of looking at code. So, yeah, because I was like working, I was about halfway through the work on Little Screamies when I started working in this, and I was like having a lot of trouble switching between architectures within Unity. So doing something that was completely different from Unity was actually really helpful for me because I wanted to do something, but I couldn't work on my other Unity projects because then I felt like I was like having to relearn the architecture that I was using for Little Screamies because I had switched to a different Unity architecture. It's like there was just so much to track because it was like other people's code and stuff like that, and it wasn't commented very well either. Like I had to like get on people about commenting their code. One of the better programmers on the team was like younger and didn't realize that you're supposed to comment your code, and I was like, dude, you're a great programmer, but you don't comment your code. That like definitely takes some points off on how good you are if you don't know how to comment your code. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, well, it's important to have readable code, but it's also important to have comments so that way people can just look at it and understand it at first glance without having to go through every variable. And he's like, well, I thought that was like indicating that I didn't know what I was doing. I was like, no, this is to communicate for not only other people on the team, but for your future self if you need to come back to the project later, right? So, and he's a solo dev too, so I was like, this is useful on your own solo projects too, because when you step away from a project and come back to it 3 years later, you're not gonna know what the fuck you were doing. So tell your future self what you're doing, you know? Fair, yeah, so your brain was ready to latch on to something else. Yeah, it's impossible to pick up. Yeah, like like granted, like having explicit variable names and stuff like that helps. But if you don't like say what you're doing, like most steps of the way, you're gonna have to figure out those steps. So I try to do it for every step of the way, unless it's like completely obvious and logical. But even then, I'll just type what's obvious and logical. Like, well, it doesn't hurt you to have an extra little 3 words of comment saying like, add this to that because of this, you know? But for other things where it's like, this function does this, so when you do this, that happens like this. That way when you go back in and say like, why the fuck did I name this function that? Oh, I see, because this function does that, which happens when you do this. Like, it just makes sense, you know? I'm terrified I'm gonna try to start with my Godot project again and be like, huh? That will happen. If you step away from a project for 2 or 3 years and then have to go back in and make a change, or say you want to make a sequel to the project, or for whatever reason, maybe like for mobile projects, this happens all the time, where you need to make an update for the new phones have a new protocol, and new stores have a new protocol that you need to like fit for. Like there was a big thing about a security hole in Unity games recently, where like anyone who made a game within these like few years, like, hey, we found a security hole, you can patch it, but you got to go back in your old projects and do this and that. And it's like, that's kind of a big deal for, like, you know, obviously for all of the indie devs that have like little projects, it's not that big of a deal. It's only a potential security hole, and it's only going to affect so many people, and like really nothing that you got to worry about on a small scale. But on a large scale, it's like really big companies need to worry about that shit, and they'll need to hire someone to go through projects they never worked on, possibly, and, you know, fix those security holes, you know. And if they don't know what they're doing, they might cause bugs, which would cost extra time and money. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I do really enjoy GB Studio. It's a little bit weird compared to Unity, but also at the same time it's pretty straightforward, and everything being on the right like this kind of reminds me of Unity. I just kind of pretend that these are like Unity modules. Like, I imagine what it would be like if there was like a plugin for Unity that allowed you to make Game Boy games. It would be something like this. That's the way I look at it. We didn't fix that other claw. So player takes critical damage, claw is attacking. Here's the other one. Text. Claw. And then for critical damage. Oh, this one just says takes critical damage. It doesn't say takes 5 critical damage. So I must have just like forgot to remove that one before. But I bet I forgot on the other boss fights too. It does look weird. It looks like one of those pieces of software that has me angrily drag clicking at some point because something doesn't work the way I expect it to. Oh yeah, for sure. More my problem than the software, but still, yeah, it definitely has those little quirks, like copy pasting, for example. But at least now you can select these things. Like in the earlier versions, you couldn't even select them. You would have to like go through each one and copy the event, go to where you need to put it, paste the event, and then go back in and delete the event anytime you wanted to like move something across like event groups. There's no real good name for these. So you've got your on update, your on init, on interact. Because it's an actor, it's got 3 different what I call event groups. But they're basically scripts that are built in to the actor, like built-in scripts, right? Built-in functions to the actor, we'll call them. But there's also scripts here, so it's confusing because these scripts are basically like functions that you call from an event that you can put into the built-in functions. It's a little bit confusing. They don't have, the terminology is not 100% great. But it is usable. There are quirks, like I said. It crashes on occasion. Reminds me to save. It's been a lot of fun to work with, to be honest. I really enjoy it. I definitely recommend it. It's free. It's the easiest way to make Game Boy games, and you can make web builds of it, so like you can test them pretty easily. I don't know. I can't say enough good things about it, but I've been using it for a while. It was definitely kind of frustrating at first. Like for instance, one thing I learned, and it took me longer than it should have to learn this, was that this engine uses a open source free emulator to run the game. But it's a terrible emulator. It's really not good, but it's free and open source, so that's why they use it. However, it's got absolute shit audio. And when I was using sound effects for the first time, I was like, why is it buzzing? Why the fuck is it buzzing? And I couldn't figure out. I was like, am I doing something wrong when I'm making the sound effect? Am I exporting it wrong? I export it as 8-bit. Like, what's going on here? Why is it buzzing? And I was about ready to give up. So I went onto the Discord for GB Studio and asked, and I was like, hey, anyone who does sound effects for GB Studio, like, why does it buzz? And they're like, oh, yep, that's just a known issue with the engine. And it doesn't say it anywhere in the fucking documentation whatsoever. I was pissed. I was like, why doesn't it say it in the documentation? The buzzing is because of the emulator. Use a good emulator to test your audio and it won't happen. It's like they don't want people to see the fact that it's got these flaws, so they don't put them in the documentation, which is kind of shitty. So you basically need to talk to people to understand where those flaws are, or basically just hit them and wonder, why the fuck is this happening? How the fuck do I fix it? I guess I better check the Discord. And then someone's gonna be like, oh, yep, I remember that flaw. It's really easy. You just do this instead. But the documentation doesn't get updated. It's shit. Like, I'm sure it was accurate back in like version 2.0, but we're on version 4.0 now. And the engine gets updated like super quick, which is awesome. I'm obsessed with how quick they update the fucking engine. However, they have not updated documentation since they've been updating the engine, and they really need to. Like, I guess every time there's like a completely new feature, they'll put like something in the documentation about it, but they don't take out the changes to the old features. You basically need to use GB Studio Central, which is like an online publication and actually a physical magazine, to figure out the newest tutorials as well as like the old tutorials, and then figure out the new way to use the old tutorials with the updates to the engine. It's a little bit convoluted, I'll admit. But I'm grateful for all those resources. You know, I'm grateful for the Discord, I'm grateful for GB Studio Central, and like the 2 or 3 content creators on YouTube that make tutorials for it. It does look beyond my frustration threshold, if I'm completely honest. I should try though. I mean, it's fun enough where if you're just like fucking around with something, it's not gonna frustrate you too much. But if you try to like bite off more than you can chew, I could see how that would be frustrating for sure. But any engines like that, you know, if you're trying to do something fucking monumental, like, you're gonna have trouble. Like, someone in here earlier was saying that they wanted to make Pokemon Red or Blue with it, and it's like, technically, if you really knew your shit, you could figure it out. But like, at that point, you might as well just code it in C or fucking assembly, because you'd really need to know your shit to be able to do that. Yep, I've had issues with pixel perfect camera tracking interacting with some Lurpy library I was using, and I blamed myself for ages thinking I implemented the library wrong. Then a Unity update came 6 months later and fixed it. Was a camera bug. I believe it. Yep, Unity bugs are a thing for sure. It's almost like a running joke. But any engine is like that. Engines just have bugs. Like, when in doubt, fucking restart the fucking software with Unity, right? Be like, oh shit, it's not doing what I expected to. I guess it's time to reboot the software. And then you reboot the software, it's like, oh shit, it's doing what I expected to. Must have just been a Unity bug. That's like a fucking common theme with Unity. And like, I don't even mean it as like harsh against Unity. Every fucking engine's like that. I'm seeing that, like, shutting myself off from Unity is just shutting myself off from projects. I can be better at Godot, but there's no point refusing to use it. Yeah, I mean, use whatever is best for you. I come from like a engine agnostic background. I hopped around with engines for the longest time before I fell in love with Unity, and knowing all that I do now about all those other engines, as minor as it was, is helping me to learn these other engines like GB Studio or trying to tinker with Godot. It's all coming easier to me because I've fucked around with a whole bunch of different engines. The more things you mess with, the better you're going to be at learning new things, and there's always going to be new things. I mean, like right now, it's easy for people to think, oh, Godot is going to be the biggest thing in 10 years. But we don't know that. 10 years ago, fucking Unity wasn't that big, right? So like, you know, things change, and when they change, it changes fucking rapidly as fuck. In game dev, shit changes so quick. It's insane. You can't ever think that you're gonna be on top of what's gonna happen in 5-10 years, because who fucking knows? Anything could happen, you know? I tried to be engine agnostic, but got jaded by so many. But in hindsight, I really do think you're right. They're all broken in their own ways. Oh, they absolutely are. I use Godot because it looks nice, is performant on Linux, and can read G-script easily. Oh, and I can read Godot script easy. That's pretty much it. Mostly superficial. Yeah, you're right. Who knows? So, for me, I've had trouble with Godot because it's so different from Unity. But man, when I first heard about Godot, I was so excited because the way it was described to me was in open source Unity. And I was like, dude, that's so cool. They should definitely make an open source Unity. And this is before Unity went IPO. I mean, this was back in like, I don't even know, what, 2014, I think I first heard about Godot. And back then, no one was using it. No one really knew anything about it. It was like, are you gonna take a chance and try to learn something that might not even be there in 6 months, kind of thing, you know? And then they got C# like implemented, but I checked it out, and C# was like only partially implemented, and it was just a big fucking scam to get people to fucking check out Godot, because I couldn't do shit in C# with Godot, but I could in Unity. So I was like, well, fuck, that's fucked up. So I didn't get very far with Godot. This was like 2018 or so, and since then they've done like a major overhaul to the engine, so it's come a long ways since then. But yeah, I didn't get very far then, and the last time I tinkered with it, I didn't get very far either. But when I go into Unity, I move really quick. You know, I can finish a prototype in a day. You know, like it feels very fluid and quick, and I'm not struggling at all. With any new engine, it always feels like a stick in the mud compared to Unity, and that kind of prevents me from learning as much as I'd like to on a new engine. But I didn't feel that way with GB Studio. I felt pretty fluid with it. I felt like I was learning at a pretty rapid pace. I was surprised with how quickly I was able to make something. I started using the engine during a game jam, and I made something for that game jam with the engine. Like the first time I messed with the engine, it was a game jam. I wasn't streaming it because I was like still learning a lot, but the next one was Demon Fish Dead Ahead, the one I'm working on now, and I've been streaming the entire development of this game. Yeah, everyone who knows, I got really excited about Unity's Entity stuff when they started their pure compositional model stuff, but I couldn't figure it out at all. In Godot, I found that mode of working far easier. Yeah, I didn't mess with entities in Unity at all. I remember hearing about it. C# in Godot is crap, at least to my knowledge. Started multiple projects in it, and there's no documentation or feature parity. They don't even tell you need to use C# events over the Godot ones, etc. Maybe obvious to some people, but to me, I was confused. Brave to mess with the first time for a jam, I suppose. Also weirdly the best time too, though. It was a long jam. It was like a 3-month jam, and I was already like a month late in the jam, but I was like, you know, at this point I've been in so many game jams that I don't treat them as a competition. I just treat them as like a little bit of a fire under my ass, right? So that way I don't just like dawdle, right? So that way I don't just completely just go at a leisurely pace. Like I, you know, say like, oh, I could play video games today, but there's a game jam and that I'm in, and I want to make something for the game jam. So I'm not gonna play video games today. I'm gonna fucking work on the shit, you know, that kind of thing. But did I expect to win the game jam? Fuck no. Absolutely not. I was hoping to maybe meet some people by giving them feedback on their games. You know, like meet some people by playing games that I thought was cool. Like learn the names of the good Game Boy developers, like in the scene, and just kind of experience the scene. Because I was new to Homebrew, you know? I mean, like, I knew about Homebrew and I was playing NES Homebrew, like, and I wanted to learn NES Homebrew. I'd even thought about buying NES Maker for like a couple years at this point. I never pulled the trigger because it seemed like a bad move, and I always heard people talk about how shitty NES Maker is and all this stuff. And I had been kind of following GB Studio for a couple years at this point and knew that it was getting updated more and more rapidly, and I was excited for it. So like, yeah, I kind of was like in the position to like, you know, put myself in the trenches a little bit and then just kind of see what else is around. Like what are other people doing, you know, teams that are working together, like different names that pop up more often than others. And you know, give people feedback on itch, follow them on Twitter, kind of thing. You know, keep up with the scene. Like, just kind of immerse myself in the scene, and it worked pretty well to do that. Like, there's people that I met during that time that I still converse with, so that's cool. I've done no jams I'd count as real jams, so I don't really have an option. I definitely go in expecting to win. Not gonna lie, I seem to be addicted to getting humbled. Well, you sure as hell ain't new anymore. I mean, in a way, I totally am, because I am not like, you know, I don't have a hit. I haven't shaken up the scene. I don't have like a tool that everyone could use. I'm not like super prolific. I don't make the music for every other fucking game. You know, like I'm not that specialized. I do it solo. for the most part. I mean, I did work with Johnny Mangiero on Pyrotoad, but he's kind of in the same boat as me, where we're kind of on the peripheral of the scene, and he's actually more introverted than I am, because he's got a wife and a job. He lives in Japan, you know, like he, you know, has his contacts and stuff, but he's not streaming Game Boy development almost every day like I am, you know. Makes sense. If you get wind of one, particularly with a slot for an artist or a generalist, let me know, would you? I don't even know when jam season is. I think I might end up in the same boat as you guys, to be honest, but I might be on the forefront extroversion wise. I mean, you never know what's gonna happen. You just gotta hang in there, you know, network as much as possible, be friendly as possible, learn as much as you can while teaching others. So as far as jams go, it really depends on your focus, right? I know you're familiar with Itch, right? So Itch is a fantastic place for jams. You just click on this little thing, jams, at the top, and here we have the jam calendar. So when is jam season? Jam season is all the time. Look at how many jams are happening at this very moment, all right? This line right here is right now. So every colored line, or even the gray ones that cross over this line in the middle, those are active jams. Like, one jam just ended, the Christmas Reindeer Game Jam. Only 16 people were in that one. But this one, the Music Composer Jam number 2, 144 people are in it. It just started, and it seems like it goes for a little bit longer. If you click on it, then you can move it and see when it ends. If you click on the link, you can go to the page and find out more information about it. Some jams are shorter than others, like this one's pretty short. The iJam Eldritch Horror, you know, so they all have different themes. They've got different amounts of attendees or people that are joining. They all have different rules. Yeah, I'm planning on sticking it out and being as decent as I can. Yeah, I know, Itch. Okay, I feel dumb because I've probably bumped my mouse against this multiple times. Portfolio Builders Jam. Damn, I might enter. There's some really cool stuff. Z Fighting Jam. Like, that sounds interesting as hell. To take part in this jam, you don't have to wait until it starts. You may start making your Z Fighting game now or at any point in time until the submission period is over. So, like, some jams have special rules like that. Too long didn't read. You are supposed to come up with a single jam mechanic that could be described as Z Fighting. Submit your game until 15th of December. There is a modest gift card award and a Unity plugin license. Z what? Welcome. Okay, here's the story. Today I ran into a post titled Z Fighter that went on about Z Fighting while showing a confusing video of some in-game 3D graphics. I sat there baffled for a while trying to figure out what is this new game mechanic called Z Fighting is. As it turns out, the post was not about any game mechanic. It was about a really weird, or really about a graphical glitch when two planes are occupying the same space and therefore fighting each frame over which of the two textures will be rendered, manifesting as flickering textures. Shame on me for not figuring this out sooner after all these years of using 3D graphics. Like, I learned that shit back in fucking college, like way back in the day. However, this unusual path of thinking has led me to a one-off game jam idea. That's where you come in. Your goal in this jam is to invent a brand new game mechanic that could be called Z Fighting. This could be any genre as long as it incorporates the Z style of fighting. What the Z Fighting could be is entirely up to you. Something to do with the depth, something that simply involves third access in the 2D game, something that uses the shape of the letter Z, or involves something that starts the letter Z, or perhaps actually relies on the graphical glitch of the same name, or something that no one else could think of but you. Doesn't even have to include violence, as we can interpret fighting as simply to compete or to struggle. The possibilities are Z limited. That's too funny. Portfolio Builder Jam, damn, I enter. Weird question. What's the process for getting vetted? I don't want to find out I don't know something pivotal and let the jam down. Do I need to be able to show a decent amount of work? I assume people can just refuse to team with me even if I sign up, right? No worries if you can't answer that one. I immediately want to do Z fighting, Sleepwalker, Ragdoll fighting. Oh no. So yeah, I mean, obviously if you sign up for a jam, that doesn't mean that you have to do anything. If you decide that you don't want to do it, that's fine. If you only want to do it when you have a team and you can't find a team, that's fine. A lot of like, and you don't want to do it by yourself, then you can just not do the jam, right? So a lot of times people join the jam doesn't mean that they're going to submit something. I'd say a large percentage of games don't get submitted when people join a jam. On the other hand, there are ways to find teams if that's what you're worried about. One of the most common ways is usually there's some type of Discord link. On this case, this is kind of a niche jam. So what you would want to do is hit this community tab and just say like, hey, I'm looking for a team, right? But there's only 2 topics here, and yeah, it doesn't look like anyone else is looking for a team. Sometimes someone will already have posted like, hey, I'm looking for a team, you know? And you know, beggars can't be choosers kind of thing when you're doing that. But you also might end up with a team that doesn't work very well. Teams are kind of hard to do, but there's a huge learning experience in working with random strangers. So like, take what you can from it, you know? That's my advice for that. Now there is someone who I just followed recently. We go to my dashboard and followers. I'm following this one, Adagon. I'm not sure. So this person works for a jam site, and I don't know how to find the link. Maybe on their website. I'm guessing it's one of these. No, that's YouTube. That's also YouTube. How many YouTube links do they have? Adagon TV, Adagon Dev. They've got 3 YouTube channels. I forget what their site is called, to be honest. Oh, did I lose them? Okay. But this is the one that they did for the jam. So if we go to oh, I thought maybe it would have the jam link. I'm trying to remember the name of the site, and I knew I'd forget, but I didn't write it down. Maybe it's on their Blue Sky. D2 Jam, that's what it is. Maybe we can find a link this way. Anyways, I'm just gonna search it on Google and see if I can find it. I think it was d2jam.org. It stands for Down to Jam. Down to Jam. Alright, yeah. So, here's the website. I'm gonna throw it into chat. And I'm also going to bookmark it so I don't forget it so easily. So this has a way to find a jam, or find a team for a jam. They host their own jams. Yeah, let's go to the About. D2 Jam is a community-centered game jam with an emphasis on supporting things constructed by the community. We wanted a jam which celebrated post-submission events, encouraged discourse and reflection, and provided tools for developers to find and share games. D2 Jam is an online jam that anyone is free to join. It lasts for 3 days, somewhere between Friday and Monday, depending on time zones. There is a 2-hour submission window at the end of the time to make sure your game gets submitted. Yeah, there's it's the next one is Friday, March 6th. So they don't do it like all the time or anything like that. But from what I understand, there's a way to find team members throughout. Maybe it's on the forum. Or maybe you need to sign up first. But from what I understand, there is a way to find a team. Oh, you can change the palette. That's kind of cool. Go with Borkfest. OMG Lame Jam. I can barely be bothered with one YouTube channel. I'm gonna join the Discord for the Portfolio Builder one. OMG Lame Jam, dude, you are making my month. LMAO. Wait, really stupid question. They allow remote submissions, right? People team up long distance. Damn, I'm making myself look so socialized right now. So generally in jams, yeah, you can do remote stuff. Sometimes it's easier if the time zones line up. Other times people are cool with it. But yeah, it's hard to work when people are on different sleep schedules. The very first jam I did, I was working with someone in Cairo and someone in Portugal. And I ended up flipping my sleep schedule. But yeah, most jams, people don't expect you to change your sleep schedule for the jam. Yeah, I wish it was easier to find how to find jam buddies. Maybe I'll make an account. Yeah, I don't know. I guess on the Discord, right? Because there's a link for the Discord. That's probably how you would do it. Because like I said, in most cases, that's usually how it works. You go to the Discord. There's usually a channel that says like looking for jam partners kind of thing, and then you would post in there and be like, hey, I make, you know, pixel art. I need someone that knows how to do programming, or I need a composer, or I need someone that does sound effects and audio, that kind of thing. I mean, I'm a night owl, hence being up to catch you US guys a lot. Yeah, no, I get that. I go through phases where I'm a night owl, and then phases where I'm not. But yeah, this D2 jam is like one specific jam, but the jams on Itch, like they'll all have their own rules. Some will have their own Discord servers. Some of them are kind of niche, right? There's a lot of weird shit. Finish your end not safe for work project. So obviously it's got to be a not safe for work project. But if it's finish your project, they probably don't care if you already started it before the jam started, kind of thing, right? So the rules are going to be different based on each thing. Mega Man Legends. So maybe that's all about Mega Man fan games, you know? One game a month, number 54. So that's like an ongoing thing where every month they have a different jam and you try to make a game every month. But you would probably run into the same, you know, group of people, although there's only 24 in there. So yeah, generally speaking, the larger the numbers, the more like feedback you'll get, the more people you might meet, the more opportunities for teams, that kind of thing. But also, like, you can like go into the future here, right? If we zoom out, you can see a lot more. But yeah, clearly there's like a trend of people like not planning very far ahead. You can't go very far back into time, but based on this, all of these were just planned, probably, unless they're like all annual jams, which is probably not the case. And then these ones are probably annual jams because they're planned way in advance here, right? Because a lot of times, because this is all the way in January now, February here. So like Noise Jam 2, they probably had a Noise Jam 1, right? Turtly in Love, I don't know what that is. Games for Blind Gamers 5. So this is like the 5th year they've done that, right? This one's Jam 11. That means that's the 11th jam. Maybe they do more than one a year. Historically Accurate Game Jam 12, you know? So the further you go into the future, the easier it is to, like Pirate Software Game Jam 18. Like, that's a really popular one. There's already 175 people that have joined, even though it's not happening until January. But he's like the world's biggest game dev streamer, right? So everyone fucking knows him. And there's like tons of sponsored prizes for that shit. Like, you can actually earn money, maybe even get a job out of winning that game jam. Themed horror game jam. Yeah. So each one, like, we'll use Pirates as an example. Because, yeah, join the official Discord. Form up into teams or decide on running solo. Come up with a team name and get ready to jam. This is not an exhaustive list. Don't be a dumbass. You must follow the itch terms of service. No teams more than 5 people. Your submission must include a game design document. So this one actually wants you to document, make a design document. Your submission must run in a browser. That's to prevent people from getting hacked with, you know, viruses and stuff like that. Because it's such a big jam, they've probably had an issue with that. No AI generated content. So that's kind of a hot button topic these days. A lot of people are against it, and then there's a few that are for it. There was one game jam I did for Game Boy that allowed AI content, and a lot of people were like, well, I'm not doing that jam this year because it allows AI content, and I feel that. However, there wasn't a whole lot of AI generated content, at least as far as art goes. I think a lot of people have been using AI to make Game Boy code, which is kind of disappointing. Cause yeah, I went on someone's stream, a GB Studio streamer who like never streams, and I was like, oh, cool to see another GB Studio streamer, and he was using fucking AI to code it. It's like, well, now I'm not fucking interested. like for real, like fuck that. Like, no drug references, no pornography. Like, yeah, so each one is gonna have different rules. Also, this is like super zoomed out. Construct Jam, Hatch Notes version 1.1. There's a lot of people in that already. So yeah, once you've like kind of realized which jams are bigger, then you can kind of find their website and shit like that, or their Discord, and then you'll know like way in advance when the jam's gonna be. You know, like one of the ones that I do is the GB Compo. And I don't think they have a website for 2026 yet, because this is like in the summer. But this is the website for 2025, and they probably just update this one to be 2026, right? Because it's gbdev.io. I don't know what's there. Oh, the Game Boy development community, right? So this is actually a really cool spot to learn Game Boy development, right? Handocs, the single most comprehensive technical reference to Game Boy available to the public. Awesome GBdev curated list of Game Boy development resources. RGB DS, Rednex Game Boy development system. The de facto ASM development toolkit for the Game Boy and Game Boy Color. GB ASM tutorial, a work in progress tutorial on how to program for Game Boy in assembly. BBDK 2020, maintain and modernize GBDK. So yeah, this is like the best place to learn about Game Boy development. And when I started, GB Compo 2023 was in progress, and Broke Studio, they did Johnny Mangiro's NES game. Bitmap Soft is big. Incubate Games is big. DB Studio Central, I've mentioned them a few times. And then like there's a whole list of things like tools or just tips or videos, lots of resources. And again, there's like a Discord for this one. Also, this one had prizes and stuff. And the community itself, right? If you have questions about the rules or whatever, hey, composer here looking for a team. Exactly, that kind of thing, right? Sorry, I'm catching up on chat here. I assume like anything, conventions or events, they can be subject to politics a bit too. Yeah, for sure. There'll be event runners who I will gel better with than others, I suppose. Absolutely. I was about to say about the planning far ahead. If you wanted to be nefarious, you could screenshot that big void, post it on X titled "Game Jams Are Dead," and rake it in. I don't think that would work, to be honest. You'd probably get a lot of people being like, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, not sure why he is, but he is. Anyways, that library background is sick. Okay, no way am I entering that one. Making a design document for Game Jam sounds like self-flagellation. Well, so I actually do agree with Pirate Software's take on game design documents. And that's basically that, like, it's a good skill to learn. And a lot of people don't ever learn it because all they ever do is game jams. And, like, I don't agree with a lot of what Pirate does these days, especially with all the flack and shit, and then his doubling down and all that. Like, I don't know. I've kind of forgotten about him, to be honest. Except that, like, YouTube is constantly trying to remind me of his stuff, right? But I do think that game design documents are actually really easy to do, and the more you do it, the easier it is. And your game design document doesn't have to reflect the finished product. Like, it should, and you should update your documentation, but you don't have to. But it's a great place to start. it's a good way to make sure everyone on the team knows what the expectations are for the project. I recommend anyone doing it. We didn't do one for Pyrotoad, but we did have like a Trello board, which helped a little bit. Actually, it helped a lot. And at the very least, you should have some type of Trello board or something for even your individual projects. But when you have a team, I could totally see having a design document. Granted, for a game jam, it is a little strange to say like you need a game design document for a game jam. But his whole thing was like trying to make sure people are A, serious enough to do it, and B, learning something useful, which is to make documentation. Yeah, nice resources. Oh, it is absolutely a good skill to have. In my case, though, it would be one of the only things that got me through my education. Haha. I have design docs down. It's all the other actual skills I need to develop. Right on, right on. Yeah, so for me, I think that game design documents are like mostly a communication tool, right? So if you're working with a team and you want to make sure everyone's on the same page, write it down in the most explicit way possible. You know, make sure every little thing, you know, if you've got 7 mechanics, write 7 mechanics and then write what they are, you know, like that type of thing. So that way people don't go and say, oh, well, I thought of this and now we're gonna have ladders and doors and this, and it's like during a game jam, it's like you realize ladders and doors are gonna be like a week each, right? It's depending on the team and who's capable and like all that stuff, you know, like and if you don't need it, get rid of it, right? That's kind of the theme for game jams, and in ways in games in general, right? It's kind of like the 80-20 rule or whatever, which has always been a little confusing to me. But the idea of that is to just prioritize, right? Figure out what's the most important things and spend the most time on those important things. But yeah. I mean, you're basically trying to essay form a Wikipedia article. That's how I write them anyways. So for me, I use a template every single time. I use the same template I've been using for like 10 years. And I know exactly what's gonna go where. And I just jot things down, and they either stick to I either stick to it or I don't. And I don't really even go back to it and fix it usually. Like the retro Spaceball design document is probably a good example if I can find it. It's been a while. Haven't looked at it in a long time. Alright. This will be interesting. Retro Spaceball game design document. We've got the logo. We've got the logo for the company. It says revision 0.2, but that's actually the people who made the template. Credit for the template: Benjamin Headclot Stanley. Special thanks to Alec Markarian. Otherwise, this would not have happened. If you use this in any of your games, give credit to the GDD. This document to Alec. Blah blah blah. We did the work, so you don't have to. Feel free to modify, distribute, but not sell this document. So give credit in the document. So you don't have to actually put it in the credits of your game and say, I use this GDD. It just has to, like, their licensing is to say, keep our names in here. So that's what this page is, right? And then everything else is already linked, right? The overview: theme, setting, genre, action, cosmic, top-down shooter merged with pinball. Core gameplay mechanics brief: player ship movement and controls, minimal control style. Player ship death, lose your life and fail the mission. Pinball like orb, 5 energy levels, variable bounciness. enemies, shooting, moving, aiming, power-ups, multi-bullet, change sprite, size, speed, rate, shield, orb triggers, pinball style, spring-loaded obstacles, etc. Bosses, large ones, checkpoints, preventing falling to bottom, save game serialization to game data to JSON for later retrieval, tubes, wormholes, transport the ball, which I actually ended up taking out, I think, or no, maybe they're still in there. I think it's still in there. I don't remember. Targeted platform, Android, Google Play, that's not even the case anymore. PC, itch, GameJolt, Steam, so it is in all those places. You can only wishlist it on Steam, but it is still on GameJolt. I don't think I've updated on GameJolt. It's also on Newgrounds, like the old thing. Lot Lizard, go to bed. Hello, thanks Lot Lizard, welcome in, hope you're doing well. Yeah, if I start needing them, I'll make a template for sure. Another smart idea. Yeah, I didn't even write the template, I just used other people's. That made it way easier. Yeah, so at one point I was working with someone else on the game, and so I started highlighting. I made a key, right? Communication request, edit and add to document, and then this is original template yet to be filled in / discussed, right? So how much will it cost? We never really discussed it. Depends on marketing costs, thoughts. $5.99 to $14.99, $20 max. So that's still kind of my thoughts on it. Taco Crepe, welcome in. How you doing? Thanks for checking in. Everyone should check out Taco Crepe, by the way. Fantastic streamer. They do pixel art like crazy. Crazy mad fool making pixel art. So welcome in, Taco. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We're talking about game design documents real quickly here. We're looking at the Retro Spaceball game design document. There's only 14 pages, and it's pretty big font. Influences: Space Invaders, Pinball, Retro Culture, which again, like, has kind of faded. Games, music, and graphics follow retro formula as guidelines. Retro is perfect aesthetic for this project. Like, things that have changed, I haven't gone in and updated the document. It's been a long time. And then some of it was never adjusted at all. Like the green highlight is things that I never changed. The project description. Now there is a description on Steam, even a brief and a detailed one, but I never copied them here. What sets this project apart? Possible new combination. I've searched and searched, but not found a shoot 'em up mixed with pinball. Since that has become true, though, there are games like that now. There weren't when I started, but now there are. There aren't many games using retro wave aesthetic right now. That's also no longer true. It's a very common aesthetic in games, or at least it was for a bit. Probably still is. There seems to be a big retro wave pull right now. There was, and there was a lot of games. It's not like vaporwave games. Yeah, it's definitely not like the vaporwave games, which is also a thing. Player ship movement controls, blah blah blah. Player ship depth. So I'm just like breaking things down even further. The power-ups, I've got the 6 different power-ups, bosses, checkpoints, save states, wormhole. I never went into details on those because it just didn't seem important. The player's spaceship's duty is to mine energy from solar bodies in space. Start the level at the solar surface. I ended up changing it. You're no longer at the solar surface. The planets have been turned into like nuclear reactors. A technical maneuver allows for the orb of solar matter to be ejected from the surface. The ship then shoots it up and through the level design up to a technical mechanism that holds the orb and supercharges it. Turns it into a black hole, then a small galaxy, then a quasar. Upwards to the screen. I ended up just going straight to the quasar. Follows and fades to white. The level is complete. On to the next. Yeah. 2D pixel art. 3D work. Levels need to be blocked out with 3D colliders. That was how I did it back then. I've been using rotated cubes to keep it simple. You can expand from there. Blah 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 blah. Thoughts on schedule? Never came up with a schedule. So sometimes it's good to have a schedule. Definitely check out Taco. Yo, I missed your stream. Yeah, I missed it too. No worries, it was awful. I was exhausted and screwed up my audio. Oh no, but I did shout you out. Oh, that's awesome. Glad you shouted out Taco. But I saw you in my notifications. Hehe, I appreciate it. I know it doesn't mean much, but I've been doing it whenever I find anyone who's... Sorry, I'm having trouble reading here. Anyone whose work I love that much. That reminds me, I'm not... Oh wait, I am following you. Okay, I wanted to make sure that I was following you. I definitely am. Flat Lizard says, I'm just warning, I have redeemed, so I'm gonna use some once you're done reading, so I'm not rude. Well, I appreciate you waiting. Oh no, I get myself in trouble. You don't have to worry about that, Flat Lizard. Sometimes it helps to break me away from what I'm doing. I'm just mindlessly reading a game design document from fucking 7 years ago. But yeah, we did finish a lot of work on this. We never did jump back into the music, which I kind of want to do. Oh, you know what else I want to do was to take screenshots of... There it is. Get to the chopper! That was a good one. That one's even animated. You can just instead turn Rick into a random creatures. There you go. To be honest, if I could add a react that throws ice water in my face, I would.
Hit it with the rock!
I love my tea and water hat. I just sipped my tea and then drank some water as I was recognizing the hat. The hat is me.
Find the fish.
Oh, that's right, this boss wasn't going away. Did we ever figure out why? Oh yeah, we did. We changed it so... Yeah, we fixed it. It was still set to like boss 2 dead equals 1 instead of boss 4 dead equals 1. Alright, let's get some screenshots before it gets too late here and I like forget. Yeah. I'm not sure the best way to do it. Do we blow it up and shrink it down? Probably just keep it the same size. Right? Because it's gotta be small.
Oh, you've got to see this. Get off the computer, come in here.
Love Meatwad. You're done already? You're already out of points? Are they really that expensive? I look at how much I have in other people's chats. Like, I have 75,000 in Peanuts chat. I've got 47,000 in Sarzax. I've got 93.8 thousand in Electric Mindsets. I've got 77.7 thousand in the Animaniacs. And yeah. So I just look at other people, like how much I have in other people's streams. I'm like, well, I guess I need to make them more expensive. But maybe I'm wrong. Highway robbery? Well, in that case, I'll give you some free ones.
Things are starting to heat up.
My name is Eon Flux.
Things are starting to
I'm here
heat
on a
up.
mission to assassinate Trevor Goodchild. Is everybody listening? Do you believe me? Everybody happy now?
That would be cool.
Beavis and Butthead are legit terrifying. Dude, I used to love Beavis and Butthead when I was a kid. Like, the Beavis and Butthead movie is still so fucking good.
Ah! Oh, a beautiful save! Incredible!
Here's a good one.
Fight humanoid alert A, not attack, start A, not attack. Attack, destroy, attack, yell, infected.
I love that one. I said it so it does a different random speech pattern every single time. Do Schwarzenegger. Isn't it still cooling down? Oh, no, it's not.
Go ahead. Long John this shirt.
Damn, once I get Philip, I'm putting the dial-up noise.
You always
noise
begin
on
conversations this way?
Come get some.
There's a whole bunch that I've like thought up and never finished.
It is time.
Well, your pumpness makes me pump.
This is amazing. Are you having fun? Mega high.
There you go.
So much redeems.
Hadouken!
I create chaos. Oh, I love it here. Okay, I'm out. I'm dead.
Hey, listen.
I'm not out. I have infinite points.
Playtime is over.
You're out.
Make it so.
4 points left. Let's do another Berserk.
Guardian, into area, robot to yell, hit, fight, yell. Not alert to, not much. Get humanoid fight.
Sometimes it actually makes sense. It's pretty rare when it happens, but sometimes it actually says stuff that makes sense. Ta-da! 3 months, 23 days. Thanks for the followage. Appreciate that. You've been following a long time.
Thank you.
The sex, you caught that. Thank you. I have so much work to do on my stream stuff. That don't think you have to do it all at once. This took me months and months to do. Also, we've pretty much done all of them, except for Hack the Planet. Never mind, nobody did. Wait, what did we catch? Stuff like this all build up over time, but even still, oh dude. I found my OBS surround. My old OBS surround. I'm not sure what you mean by surround, but for that, it sounds like a good thing. We'll celebrate. You said sometimes they make sense. Oh, I said, oh, like me. Oh, I had no idea what you were talking about. Need a reference there. Like a frame, I guess. Oh, like the overlay. I got you. Yeah, my old overlay is pretty bad.
Oh, I like money. Yeah.
It's time that we go back in time. Every now and then I like to go way back in the Wayback Machine. No, and in the YouTube. I have all of my VODs on YouTube, so you can go way back. We're gonna see what the old overlay was like. We're gonna learn about what it was like to stream 7 years ago.
Launchpad. It's the first generation. You could probably.
Apparently, I started 35 seconds in. Look at this. No overlay whatsoever.
Alright, so I'm gonna stream audio creation. I'm using free software. It's LMMS, and I'm using my own personal MIDI controller that I own. It's a Novation Launchpad. It's the first generation. You could probably find one used. There's better stuff out there now. You could find something much cheaper and use that, or you could just use your keyboard on your.
Did I tell you how I totally crashed some FaceTime computer thing Taco had on Discord and had no idea, Almu? Oh, you jumped in the
just using the keyboard.
The Discord stream?
Check that out.
Ha. God, I'm special. Yeah, if you click on those, then you join them.
And then that's when you hit a lot of keys. And that's me on the Launchpad. Now, when I loaded up the Launchpad on here, the configurations I had and stuff on Ableton.
Don't get much better than that, does it?
And then that's when you hit a lot of keys. And that's me on the Launchpad when you hit a lot of keys. Now, when I loaded up the Launchpad on here, the configurations I had and stuff on Ableton,
you joined
and all
randomly
that,
and didn't say a word.
Useless.
I didn't mean to click anything.
When I,
it was an accident. I don't know how I got there.
And that's okay. I kind of like that. Actually, it gives me an opportunity to relearn the instrument.
I was doubling up there.
It doesn't. Mine's not set up like
that.
a keyboard as is.
Right though, like a Cree.
The Launchpad looks like that. So as
yeah,
you can see,
this is how boring my streams were back in the day.
Usually in Ableton it would be like going upwards.
Oh, I gotta scroll all the way down to the bottom again. I should have. Whoops. Should have opened it in a new tab. It's so weird that that emoji only shows up on one of my computers, and on the other one it's like a weird like ball. It's like a white ball. Seeing that old OBS frame makes me want to go back to it. Hey, you know. The one that I'm gonna show you is very similar to what I have, but the one that I have is like an updated version of it. If I ever get there. I'm still at like 2 months ago. I need to go like a year ago. Why is it so slow? There's 7 years ago. A year ago. We got there much faster last time. No, actually like a year ago is when I switched. Is it looping? I swear we were at 8 months. Yeah, it says 4 months. It's looping. Why is it doing that? Not actually getting to the bottom. Yeah, look at that. It went from 8 months to 2 months. 8 months, 8 months, 2 months. Here's a year ago. Oh, and it's still the new one. But now we're back to 1 month ago. What's up with that? Why is it doing that? Good thing I didn't watch. I'm probably just gonna finish it and stick it on ArtStation. Hey, whatever works. I want to go back to my very old stream. Is there a way to organize this by date? Oldest, duh. Show me your oldest. Go. Too quiet. I thought this would happen faster. It literally just doesn't want to show me the oldest stuff. We refresh the page. Oh, right as it loaded, I refreshed it. Wonderful. You've gotten better from what I've seen. Oh, it's streaming? Yeah, for sure. Alright. Let's find... Alright, so these ones have an overlay. But you can see it like gradually change, right? Because this one you can still see the bottom is like got the Windows bar, and then... Oh. I guess they all kind of do, don't they? But you can see I get a webcam at some point. I'm actually using my phone in these videos.
It's a fake!
And the game looks really cool. It would be cooler to get past the menu.
See my old overlay? It's got the ship there. The ship is still there. Retro Spaceballs there, but it was like way small and it wasn't animated. The stars are there, but they weren't animated. And then all of this text. It was like just text. And I spelled Instagram wrong.
There we go. This is the...
Had a Facebook link? Like, who uses Facebook? No one's gonna like type this in their browser. asked for Discord link. No one ever asked for a Discord link. No one did.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, so interaction between the ball and the bullets is lackluster. Oh yeah, and here he did say it. Okay, a quarter or a half.
That's what my first videos looked like. So much changed.
And then,
once I
so
noticed,
that
it was
should take care
fascinating.
of the
Oh no, I'm laughing at the redeem, by the way. Oh,
there should be
it's a
more interaction. I'm not sure exactly what they meant.
I thought you didn't like Star Trek, Lot Lizard. Now you're redeeming now you're redeeming Star Trek.
To me, it usually means that it's,
I think you might
it's
be a
not
nerd.
shiny. But there's
I
like
basically
shiny
homogenized
stuff
my
shooting
layout
out of
within
the ball
5
when you
odds.
hit it, so I
I'm
don't think that's
starting
what
the
he meant.
points like go up.
I think that
I'm
he
staring
meant
at
that
points
it,
like go up now.
It didn't hit the ball hard enough.
Oh,
I think
man, I
is
was
what he's
saying.
trying to say.
You even sound different.
So we might need to
I
increase.
redeem it all. Yeah, I sound different because it's a different mic. This mic that I was using was complete shit. But yeah, I also talk more now. I let my ideas freely flow through my mouth without any thinking whatsoever. It just comes out. Like what I just said there, I didn't even think about it, just came out. That's why I made
and large ships. This was from Mark
errors,
Huntley, a great friend of mine,
random
from
little
back home in Illinois.
Stopping points where I have to remember that I'm talking.
He told me some terms to look up: a gobble hole, drop target,
long hair. I can't see on my phone. Yeah, this was my dreadlocks actually. I was actually combing out my dreadlocks during this video. So I had like some dreadlocks and some not dreadlocks.
And I definitely have multi-ball in mind. There's going to be some coding that needs to be done before I can figure all of that out. And then we got to test it to make sure that the game can still be optimized and played on mobile and all that stuff.
Did I not click on the thing again?
Before we can say definitely.
I forgot to make a thing. Alright, the oldest button works. I don't know if there's a better one of my hair. But yeah, there's a huge change between this video and this video. Like if I pull up both of them.
Periscope, Twitter, and YouTube. Doing a little stream here. Retro Spaceball, and probably going to
kind of missed this old wallpaper. I drew this, by the way. I drew this wallpaper.
Other game. It's called Lightspeed.
It actually won a T-shirt contest, but the company decided that they didn't want to do
this
it.
Game started as a
they wanted to work with other artists, not me. I was pretty upset about it. But yeah,
we did pretty well.
At this point, I combed out my dreadlocks.
We got.
And then here is like years later. So that first one was from 7 years ago. This one's from 5 years ago. I've got my blue screen of death shirt. Hey everybody. I've got a better microphone.
Stream up here,
but it's too quiet because I wasn't using a compressor and I was too far away from it.
And I'm gonna continue talking about it as the stream progresses here.
Also, this was like the first stream with that new mic.
Get everything in place. The stream's just starting up. I'll be right back.
It looks like you have short hair because it's on my small phone. I like it. Funny. I have my own art as wallpaper too at the moment. That's stream I've just had first stream with new mic. Yeah.
I am back. Okay, so for today's stream, I have my card game.
Oh, I was working on a card game.
Would be dead already. We wouldn't be able to survive the amount of radiation.
And you can see I put the Discord link there, as if anyone's gonna type that shit.
We're
no one did.
Pretty close to the sun in comparison to.
Also, the music is way too loud compared to my voice. Doesn't help that I've got my music on. These ones are fun. See the wobbling of my desk.
Lap in the foreground.
Look at it wobble. But small price to pay to be able to stand and work.
I should probably be using my former method, or my method I was using previously.
You definitely would have said something.
I just kind of
said something now
and then rebuild it because it helps me to make sure that it's moving.
But yeah, you really can't hear what I'm saying. 'Cause I'm like pretty far away from the microphone. I'm like talking into the screen, and then the music's just too loud. My old BRB screen. But I had stream avatar, as you can see. I thought this animation was funny. The fire hydrant spraying the dog, because it's like sick of getting sprayed all the time. I wish I still had my old gameplay videos. Oh, did you get rid of them? I need an arm. I can't figure out a way to get in front of my face without one. Yeah, so I don't actually use that. I just use OBS filters, and I can show you. So here's OBS as it goes off into infinity. On the mic, if we go to filters, I have a noise suppression, a noise gate, a compressor, and then a limiter, right? So the compressor, look at the output gain on this. I have 20 decibels of output gain, but then the limiter is at -6 decibels. So it never actually goes higher than -6 decibels, but it gets boosted, and there's this ratio and threshold. So what that does is it takes the quiet sounds and makes them louder, while like leaving the loud sounds alone, but also makes everything louder at the same time, like makes the final output louder, and then this one makes sure it doesn't get too loud, right? But the noise suppression helps for things like the mouse click or like the keyboard stuff, and then the noise gate is like another thing, right? So I guess the noise suppression is more for like buzzes and hisses, where the noise gate is more for mouse clicking and keyboard clacking and that kind of stuff. But yeah, just these four, and that way I don't have to fuck with the gain, and I don't have to be like 2 inches away from the microphone. Granted, you will get better audio quality if I get closer, and what's cool about this is if I decide to get closer, it doesn't change the volume too much, right? Because now I'm speaking like 2 inches into the microphone. And what's cool about this is that I could get really quiet, or I could get like really bassy and just like talk like really low. And you can still hear it all, right? But I just moved away, and now I'm like 2.5 feet from the microphone, and there's really no audio difference. Does the order matter? Oh yeah, absolutely, the order matters. You want to get rid of the buzzing and hissing first. So like there's a computer with a fan underneath the microphone, so like you might be able to hear that, because this is a condenser mic. It'll pick up the whole fucking room. If there's like traffic outside, it'll pick that up. So this noise suppression does a pretty good job of taking care of things that you generally don't want to hear, like buzzing or hissing or anything like that. And then the noise gate it's got these open and closed thresholds, which you have to set. Like your numbers will be different than mine. It depends, right? And that's going to be, like I said, for the clicking and stuff. So once you've removed the buzzing, the hissing, and the clicking, then you want to take all of the quiet sounds and make them loud. If you were to put this one first, well, I'll show you what it sounds like. So if you put that one first, then the noise suppressor and noise gate are like pretty much not even really working anymore, because this is already making everything louder, right? And yeah, that's generally not what you want. It probably was still listenable, but I don't even know how much because I'm not monitoring it. But yeah, what they call it, this is like a chain, right? An audio effects chain, basically. So it definitely goes from top to bottom. This happens first, this happens next, this happens next, this happens last. Yeah. So that's how I take care of having a mic not right next to my face, because I didn't want to cough up the money for a booming mic stand. And honestly, my desk doesn't really have a place to clip onto, so I would have to get like a studio mic stand with like a tripod, and then I'd have another fucking thing to deal with, right? So I just have it hooked up to my desk, which happens to be like 2.5 feet from my face. So yeah. Anyways, that's enough time travel for today. Let me catch up on chat here. Where was I? Taco said he wished he had the gameplay videos. Damn, you're right, it was loud. I really dug deep, I read all that. Found so much less than I expected. Finding work to go upload to ArtStation, I got you. Yeah, I definitely would have said something, same, you're right, I still tell him. Sometimes his game sound effects be blaring. Yeah, sometimes I change I can show you again if this works. The desktop audio thing, I'll mess with this and then I'll forget that I've messed with it, and that is an issue for sure. Made the videos private and I lost access to the account. Oh shit, that sucks. I could really use some assistance with that. I set them up today, but it doesn't seem to be working. Ouch, damn. Taco, get it together, lol. I'm just kidding. I love to see your old ones. Okay, actually I wasn't far off. I wonder what I'm missing. Does the order matter? Yeah, this is the kind of audio I got out of mine in recording, but then in OBS clips it sucked. So sup first, gotcha. So mine looks almost identical, except my compressor threshold is like 16 decibels. So yeah, you're gonna want to play with that. Like, I'm not saying that's good or bad. It's going to be different based on your environment, your setup, what you want to hear. So what I do is I hit record and then I play with the settings, and I'll even say the settings out loud as I'm playing with them. Like, I'm testing now at 3 feet from the microphone with the threshold set to this and the return set to this, or whatever, you know, like the ratio is set to this. Like, I will actually say what the settings are and how far away I am from the mic, and I'll even say like I'm talking at a normal volume, or I'm talking at a slightly louder volume, or I'm talking quiet, I'm whispering, you know, like I'll even just talk about what I'm doing to get the audio test in, right? I'm so unorganized back then. You know, sometimes be like that. Okay, I'll fiddle with that and the noise gate tomorrow. I did also have them in the wrong order and the mic wasn't on. That will have something to do with it. I'd have to be 10 feet away because I'm so loud, I don't know. Cardioid or whatever. Ah, okay, I see what you're saying. The shape for the microphone input, yeah. So yeah, I'm sure you understand how the shaping works, right? Cardioid is like uses the front and then it kind of blocks the back, which is good to prevent echoes. Like in my situation, there's like a wall behind the microphone and you're probably getting a little bit of echo. So what I tend to do if I'm doing like studio recording, or if I'm trying to make sure that the audio is pristine, I will hang something cloth behind the microphone to prevent those reflections, and that helps. But also, yeah, the shape of the microphone is going to help, like when you on that little switch. I'm assuming, and maybe I shouldn't be, I'm assuming that you have a Blue Yeti, because that's what I have and so many fucking streamers have those. But yeah, if you have control over the shape, Yeah. I do, haha, okay, yeah. I make that assumption too often, but it's pretty common microphone. What color is yours? Is yours black as well? I've got the black one. Yeah, I had to look it up, but it makes sense now. I want to use it directionally, so I do, haha. I went to get it secondhand, and there were 3 options. Right on. Yeah, I got mine new, but it was a while ago now. Do you have Audacity? I think you do. Lot Lizard loves the word Audacity and thinks it's hilarious that I use software called Audacity. 2 were cheap Amazon mics. This was a blue Full Metal Blue Yeti for 85 USD. Wait, so you have a blue Yeti? Yeah, mine was about 85, maybe it was 90, I can't remember, but I got it at like a Best Buy or something like that. It's a good word, to be fair. Yeah, it's blue, haha. Dumb, I know, right? I mean, I don't know. So, do you remember when the blue microphones were like snowballs, I think they called it? The blue balls? You remember the blue balls? That's what like put the fucking microphone company on the map. The blue balls. See, look at this, this is a blue ball. This was like their big seller. Blue balls, lol. Bye. Honestly, I don't know anything about AV equipment. I'm just figuring this out as I go. Oh my god, I love those. Damn, I should have got that. You know, honestly, I don't think they sell as well because it's like a desk mic, a desk mounted mic. I mean, it has these little rubber feet, but like you're still gonna get fucking sounds from your desk on it. Also, it requires you to have a desk. There's probably a way you can put it on a better stand or whatever. But yeah, once they came out with this one, everyone kind of ran to it, and the desk stand is a little bit better, maybe. I don't know. My desk is not what like a normal person's desk is. I actually drew a picture of my desk. Let's see if I can find it. I don't know if I'll be able to. Images, random. I feel like it would be in a folder called random. It sounds like a pretty random image, right? I don't think it's in there. OBS setup. Oh, that's like pictures of settings. Well, that's sad. I would think this would be the folder that would have such a random image. There's some pretty random shit in here though. Reference images, maybe? It's in there either. Oh, you know, I bet it's in my A-Sprite folder, huh? 'Cause I think I drew it in A-Sprite. Maybe in non-art. Oh, I found it. There it is. I don't know why it's not loading. Oh, there it is. Probably because of this Twitch browser. Oh. So there's my desk setup, and this TV is no longer in the room with me. But I used to have my Switch set up to play Switch games on stream this way. But yeah, I've got a TV tray here, my chair there, my desktop there, my laptop there. Underneath the laptop is another keyboard for this computer and a MIDI controller. This is my microphone. Really poor image of a microphone, but this pole is actually going through the desktop stand. I've got a vertical monitor, a horizontal monitor. Got my XP pen, which that's the stylus above it. There's another monitor here. I've got 3 base and mast arm setups. This one just has the mouse on it, so that way it doesn't shake everything. However, if I type on it, everything fucking wobbles back and forth. I'm just used to it at this point. And sometimes you can steady it if you really need to. You can just like steady it. But yeah, my crazy desk setup that gives people anxiety. Yeah, this is on the ridiculous heavy metal stand with huge felt foot. Yeah, those aren't terrible, but if you like knock on the desk, it will still like vibrate through the microphone. I mean, obviously you'll hear the knocking as well, though. So like whatever. Cause it's blue balls, it doesn't seem to move at all. That looks wild. Looks expensive. I could probably draw my setup with emojis. I'm not even kidding. I can draw mine, nothing, LOL, I don't have a computer. Yeah, so it was kind of expensive. The chair was like fucking 800 bucks or some shit like that. It's a Secret Labs chair, but it's held up really, really well. One of the screws got cross-threaded, and I emailed them and they sent me a new one, and this was like 3 years later after I bought it, or 4 years later or something like that. 800, are you alright? So when you sit in a chair all the time, a few things happen. First of all, it'll fuck up your back and your ass, and like it's not fun to sit on a chair like all year round. And if you bought like a Walmart chair for like 200 bucks, it's not gonna last more than a couple years. It just won't. The padding on it will be completely destroyed, and whatever fabric it's made out of is gonna start ripping or tearing, or the vinyl will start coming off, or it'll start peeling. It's gonna be cracking and shitty and make loud ass sounds. It's gonna, the mic is gonna pick it up, and it's just a shit chair from Walmart for like 200 bucks. And it's only gonna last you maybe a year and a half if you're lucky, if you can put up with the sounds. It doesn't have any adjustable features. Like the arms are what hold it together, so you can't take the arms off. And yeah, if you swivel, it makes sound. If you lean back, it makes sound. Switching between the leaning position and the upright position is difficult to do. If you like raise it or lower it, it makes sound. And if you just like move around, it squeaks, right? So like the Walmart chair is shit. So then what do you do after that breaks? You're like, well fuck, I don't have $200 to spend on a fucking chair, so I'm gonna find a used hand-me-down office chair that's like made out of leather or something like that. And that shit doesn't last either, because no one sits on chairs every single fucking day for 16 hours a day for years on end, right? That's not usually how chairs are used. Usually it's like, you know, 4 hours at the office, the rest of the day you're like walking around talking to people or something, and like, you know, it's an office chair usually provided by the company, so they get rid of it. So after like 3 chairs, you're like, well, I might as well just buy like a chair that's gonna last me more than a fucking year. And then you buy something like Secret Labs that fucking lasts for fucking decade without any fucking shit like going on. Got ahead, man. Catch you soon. Yep, take care, Ayas. That's your full setup with the desk under it. There you go. 800, are you alright? Yeah, so like you could easily spend more on a chair. It's not even the most expensive chairs out there. And then the desk, it was kind of expensive, but it was cheaper than like one of those automatic sit-stand desks. And it's a lot more portable because you can just unscrew these and they pop off. This one you can break down into 2 pieces, so actually 3 pieces for that. Each of these arms, they just slide on and off. They're fully adjustable. All of the things that are attached to the arms are fully adjustable. You can buy different pieces if you get a different monitor or whatever. You can set up things differently. You could buy more shelves. There's a fucking cup holder. I wouldn't recommend getting a cup holder on something so wobbly, but you could. And yeah, each little thing is like, you know, whatever. I think this one was the cheapest. It was like $35 or something for the arm and little plexiglass shelf. This one was a little bit more. I think it was 40 or 45 because it's a bigger shelf. And then each of these were only like 30 or so because there's just this little plexiglass thing with some screws in it. Although I did end up buying like a $15 extra thing that like holds this monitor because it didn't fit in the regular system. And then yeah, I did end up buying double bases so that way they work better on carpet with less wobbling, because I think they're only like I don't even know, like I think it's 75 pounds with both of them, so like whatever half of that is. I'm trying to do the math in my head and I just fucking can't. Like 30 some odd pounds. I think they're 35 pounds each or something. But yeah, I think they were like $70 a piece too. So it ended up being like over $100 for each of the bases, I'm pretty sure. I think it was like 120 or so for each of the bases. And then the poles were actually pretty cheap. This one was obviously the most expensive one. But yeah, the bases were the most expensive part of this because they're super heavy and they're made out of metal. But yeah, after you buy it, as long as you're like happy with it, you can keep using it. And then like I had to replace one of the screws on here because it busted or something, or no, the whole foot module between these things busted, and I got a new one. It was like $10 or something like that. So like now I can just replace pieces and I don't have to buy any other desks ever again. And other than the plexiglass possibly like getting old and cracking or whatever, which is pretty cheap to replace, well, pre-COVID it was. Actually, no, this was post-COVID that I got this. Or maybe during COVID I got it. I don't know. It was around the plexiglass shortage. But this company had already had a warehouse full of stuff, and they still do, because I think they thought they were going to sell more than they did. They really need to update their website. Their website is such shit. It's hilarious. It's called an AirDesk. Oops, I hit the wrong button. This is airdesk.com. Airdesks.com. But that's what it is. It's like this metal slab with like a metal thing and another metal thing and a metal thing here and like a little plastic thing there and like some plexiglass there. But this website, like, they really need to update it. Like, these pictures are blurry, right? But it does actually do all the things they describe here. It's just really bad text. Like, ultra ergonomic. Like, sitting like that and working is ergonomic. Hell no, that's not ergonomic. You, like, check your email that way and that's about it. But honestly, I have put it up to a couch before and it works pretty well. The original way I found this was actually I wanted a computer stand to put behind a drum set, but now I don't have a drum set, so but I have the desk. But yeah, look at this. What is that, like a Palm Pilot? Like, that's fucking crazy. Palm Pilots? Like, I get the tablets, but the Palm Pilot? And I have put it up to my bed before too. That was actually pretty convenient. And I got the one that's considered the exerciser, right? The really tall one. That one's good because I can stand. That was the whole reason for that, so I can sit and stand. But I've put it up to my my cycle thing, my recumbent cycle, and I've put my desk around the cycle and have been able to work and cycle at the same time. It's not something that I do often, but if I needed to, I could. These desktop solutions is just not a good idea. Don't get me wrong, I do have my my tower up weighting it down, but there's no way you could fit one of those old CRT monitors on there. I think they just photoshopped that shit, because that would like fucking, the whole thing would fall over unless this is like bolted to the floor. And look at it, it's on carpet. Like, yeah, that would just wobble like crazy. But yeah, you could use it as a projector stand. That would be kind of cool if I had a projector. I do not. But like if you were like in a band and you had to like bring a projector, you could like put it out of reach, you know, up high, that kind of thing. I don't know about putting it in your car, but this model supports all laptops. Super tool for anyone surfing on the road. But it doesn't show you a picture of the actual thing. Like, I imagine it fits on the floor of your car. Right? No, actually I think it fits in your seat. I don't know. But yeah, I got two of these basically, so 286 times 2, and then basically one of these, but with these parts. So yeah, but look at the cup holder. Like, who the fuck would buy that shit? That's a terrible idea. Also, the shelf that just sticks to the pole, terrible idea. So yeah, it wasn't the world's cheapest desk, but man, you could spend a fucking arm and a leg on a sit stand. I guess they do have some pretty cheap ones too, but they probably won't last very long. This one's 400. Yeah, but the problem with these ones is like moving them would probably be a pain in the ass, and I would need something like big to fit all of my shit, right? And that one's fucking $1,000. I was looking at something like this and I was like, fuck man, if I'm gonna spend $1,000, I won't be able to move it around. Like, where am I gonna put it, you know? And the desk that I got, I can literally tear it down, fit it in my car without even like realizing that it's there. It like takes up literally no space, right? Because it's all flat and like long sticks. And pack up my desk, go to Arizona, stay at my friend's place for a week, and fucking work from there, and just set up, tear down, like 10 minutes, 15 minutes tops. I can use these at shows. I've actually brought it to a gig to use my computer as an instrument, and that worked fine. I brought it to band practice back and forth for a bit. That worked fine. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with my desk. It's not for everyone, and there's fucking cables everywhere. Like, if we were to draw the cables, man, there's like cable coming from here. Oh, we need a bigger So there's like cable coming from there, right? Then you've got 2 cables coming from this guy, and of course they're behind, so I guess we should put it behind. 2 cables from there, 3 cables from there, 2 cables from here. We got 1 cable from there. This one's got 2 cables. This one's got 2 cables, right? Not to mention all of the like hard drive stuff. I got like a audio device there that has cables. This has cables. This has cables. There's fucking cables everywhere. Just like cables there. Not to mention there's like a mouse cable if I want to charge the mouse, and I've got 2 mice there, so I got another mouse cable if I want to charge that one. Frank L8, welcome in. Damn, stop your cableism. I also got cables, and soon I will hit you with them. This is what my desk looks like with the cables. Without the cables, it actually looks pretty clean. But with the cables, we got cables everywhere. But yeah, welcome in, Frank. Hope you're doing well. I've been working on a GB Studio game for stream, and then I've been chatting for a bit here, just kind of going off the rails. But this is my setup. This is my desk. I sit in this chair. I work on this laptop. I've got a XP Pen, 22-inch there. I've got a vertical like monitor. It looks bigger than it is. And then I've got like a horizontal monitor. And I've got this little horizontal monitor there. 2 mice there. TV tray there. A MIDI controller underneath the laptop. I see, I like it in general. That's why I use you as a co-work stream. Nice, nice. I appreciate that. Yeah, I see the symptoms. But yeah, I love my desk. I honestly I do. It wasn't the world's cheapest desk, but I fucking love it. And if I need to like get up and go, I can fucking take it with me. The monitors are symptoms of a problem. If you want to do more in less times. Yeah, I fucking love having a fuck ton of monitors. People be like, what do you do with them? What do you need them for? I'm like, well, I'm monitoring the stream here, and I've also got like a bunch of streams that I lurk in there, right? There's like, this monitor is plugged into this computer, and this monitor is plugged into that computer, and then these 2 are plugged into that computer, right? So I've got OBS here, right? And then I've got this one just to draw on. There's actually nothing on that one right now. But if I wanted to take this over and draw, I could just drag it over there and draw on it with the pen, the stylus, right? And then this one actually has chat on it, so I can just look and read the chat, right? And it's vertical, so I can see more of chat. I don't have to worry about scrolling as much. This one was actually to play Switch games on and hooked up to a video card. But I moved it to the other room because I hardly ever play Switch. I actually let my Nintendo online subscription expire. I had to get a new credit card. My credit card was skimmed at a gas station. I had to get a new credit card. I never bothered to give them my new credit card number when it expired. And I was like, you know what? Do I really need to pay Nintendo again to just not play their fucking games? I also got 4 monitors, but I'm a whole OS engineer. Oh, there you go, cool. So it makes sense to run multiple monitors. Honestly, for streaming, it helps a lot. With Unity, it's kind of nice because you can like break it off into different windows. With GB Studio, it's like, you pretty much just need 1 monitor for GB Studio. It would be nice to be able to break off the debugger or like, you know, these different windows, put them on different monitors, but there's no support for that. Ableton's nice for 2 monitors, but they got to be side by side because there's no, or if you do it vertically, it gets weird. I don't know. I guess you can do it vertically. I don't know. Honestly, I'm so used to just using Ableton on 1 monitor that that's fine. Yeah, but your setup is too big for you. I mean, you have 0 viewers and do not need a extra horizontal for chat. Well, I had 6 viewers. I don't have 0 viewers. You don't have to be mean. Jeez. Enek Art, welcome in. I don't use it just for that, right? You know, I'm a game developer. I make games. It's nice to have a vertical monitor for code. Like if I'm using Unity, I've definitely put Visual Studio on the vertical monitor. But yeah, welcome in, Enek. Hope you're doing well. Ah, you're doing that full time? Yeah, then. Yeah, I mean, this is my job, right? I work at this computer. I'm a freelancer. My last job, my client was having me do mods, like game mods, custom game mods. I was managing a studio, or managing the team of a studio. It was like pretty much managing the studio for the studio owner, who had never done anything in games before. So yeah, like, you know, running meetings and that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's a little bit overkill. I mean, the other thing is that all of these monitors are like trash picked monitors, right? Like the vertical one I found at fucking Goodwill for like fucking $15 or something like that. The one above it, I already closed it. The one above my laptop, I got from when I was working at a frame shop. They were giving away old monitors. I just trash picked it from their trash. The one to the right, same thing. They were giving away old monitors. I just yoink, that one's mine. The XP Pen, I did pay like $300 for that one, but I needed something to, you know, a graphics. I always wanted a graphics tablet, to be honest. I use now VR glasses and virtual monitors additional, so I can view around the room. Simple, move my head. Right on. Yeah, I have a HMD, but it's an old Windows mixed reality. It's really not very comfortable, and never really got into working in VR. I tried to do some like 3D modeling and stuff like that in VR, but like I just couldn't get it. I set up like a virtual desktop, and I was like, oh, this is kind of cool, but nah, it wasn't really my thing. It's alright for like watching movies or something like that. But like even then, it's like 2 hours of having that shit on your face. It's like I don't want to try VR, but I don't know. So VR is coming a long ways in the last like what 5 years or so, but like it's still got a lot of like comfort issues in my eyes. I mean, granted, I don't have the most top of the line shit. I feel like it hurt my eyes. Yeah, so it's not great for your eyes. It's not good for your skin either. If you have like sensitive skin like I do, like you need to clean that shit like all the time. Like anytime you use it, you gotta clean it. Otherwise you'll get zits, especially if you use it like, if you like sweat in it. Like people always play like Beat Saber. I always wonder like how dirty their shit gets, like sweating, exercising in your headset. But also like I wear glasses, so like some headsets you can't even fit glasses underneath it. And so I actually wear old glasses because they scratch up against the lenses of the HMD, and the HMD lenses are scratched up and the old glasses are scratched up, so I just gave up. Granted, it's like a HMD from like 2019, so it's like older now. Like I said, it's a Windows mixed reality one, so it's kind of, it was a cheap one when they came out. Well, then it's out for me. I got glasses specifically for screens. Yeah, if you require glasses, it's kind of a pain in the ass, unless you're into wearing contacts, but contacts are fucking expensive. And if you gotta put contacts in every time you wanna like use VR, that's a pain in the ass. Frank says, I am so happy today. I need to write so less to do so much. I work most time agentic. I'm not sure what agentic means. I've never heard that word before. I simple give commands and then I get email when it's done. Oh, right on. So are you like delegating to other people or what? Oh, I wanted to take screenshots. That's what I've been procrastinating about. If my vision gets worse, maybe, but at the moment, no context. I delegate directly to our internal AI. I work for Google. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't think I would enjoy that. I'm not a big fan of AI. Not a fan of all that. But that's cool that you work for Google, I guess. I mean, I imagine they have like decent benefits and shit. Then again, you never know. I remember I applied for a job at Apple, and I don't know why. I thought maybe it would be good on my resume or something like that, but like, it would not have been a good job. I'm a huge fan. Imagine I code since 35 plus years. So you've been coding for 35 plus years? So, and today I get done in an hour what I did in 10 years before. Well, that's hard to imagine. Wondering how I can get Atlas to hire me. So like, the way I see with coding is like, if you're like, you know, really good at it, like, isn't it like just as easy to just like write it than to like write a prompt and make sure that the prompt doesn't make issues? And maybe I'm just misunderstanding things, but from what I gather, anytime that the AI spits out something, you need someone to like make sure that it's not fucked up, right? I mean, that's definitely true for art. And a lot of times the person they hire to do it for art has no fucking clue what good art is anyways, so that's kind of fucked up. The bottleneck is not writing the code. Exactly, you need to make sure that it's not fucked up. So I mean, that seems like it would be a harder job than just like writing the code right in the first place, but maybe I'm wrong, you know. I feel like, especially if like the lead coders are like saying like, this is how you do it to the younger people, and the younger people don't know how to fix the errors or to even recognize them, like that could just be like a cascade of like AI bullshit, right? I don't know. It only needs the rules. I only design rules and see the high level issues. Right on. Yeah, I mean, I guess it would all depend on what you're making. I see errors before they get done. That makes sense that you would like have to like look at things every step of the way kind of thing. But yeah, I feel like it would almost be like a whole nother skill set to have to like guide the AI to make a thing that's not gonna break or whatever. Or like, I think about in games, because that's all I fucking know to code. Like, I was never interested in coding anything else besides games. But in games, a lot of times when you're making something and you don't have any like thoughts about the future of what you're making, right? And then all of a sudden, halfway through the project, you get these great ideas for other things that need to be added to the things that you've added before. Sometimes it breaks what you've added before, because when you started it, you didn't think like, oh, I might need to do this with it. So then you need to go back and fix that stuff. And like, I feel like something like that would probably happen a lot if you were trying to use AI to code a game. But maybe I'm wrong. Before I was specialized in upgrading coder teams, as a staff engineer, I jumped into projects, educated them, leveled them up, and jumped into next. Today I train AI to do so. Right on. Yeah, I see a lot of jobs for like training AI. There's even one on X for like someone to train AI to make games, and I'm just like, that sounds like a fucking shitty job. Trying to like convince an AI to make games correctly, like, not for me. But also like, it just seems like generally hurtful to the industry, because I mean, even the people working on games are having trouble making good games. Like, imagine someone who is like not able to get those jobs, training the AI to make those jobs, or to make the work that those jobs do, or trying to make the work that those jobs do. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It is a great job. There are fundamental rules. You've seen that AI Minecraft they made? No, I haven't seen that. Computers work with physics. I mean, there are good uses for AI. I'm not going to deny that, right? Like, you know, if you're going to do like advanced genetics stuff, probably want to use some AI to help you with that. If you're going to like, I don't know, like figure out like how viruses work and shit like that, like actual biological viruses and shit, you know. Fuck, even something like fucking doing our dirty work, right? Like things that people generally don't want to do, right? Cleaning septic systems, etc., right? Like that's where AI would be useful. But from my point of view as like an artist, it seems ridiculous to jump straight into art and say like, well, we don't need artists anymore, we've got AI for that. It's like, that is not the point, right? That is like the opposite of the point, right? Are you mental stable? Wow, it just says I am not. Essentially, it kind of recreated the game. The worst issue is that if you look somewhere and then anywhere else, you end up in an entirely different area. Well, yeah, that's not really making a game then. That's just kind of faking it, what a game might look like, right? Else I would start to do real talk, but okay, let's stay common. Yeah, AI is a funny toy. Yeah, I don't know. I could see that there are good uses for it. I just feel like a lot of the uses for it aren't great, and a lot of the logistics of it are kind of shit. It's kind of like fucking like let's use blockchain for everything kind of idea, right? Where it's like there is a lot of economic and ecological implications to all of that shit that weren't totally figured out with like NFTs and all that stuff, and that's why it kind of fizzled, right? And I'm not saying AI is gonna fizzle the same way as NFTs or anything like that, but it needs the logistics better worked out. Right now it seems like you've got a whole lot of billionaires just like trying to pump AI stock, right, and make it really like everyone needs AI. It's gonna change everything, and it's like, okay, but like it's gonna eventually change everything, sure, but like maybe now isn't the best time to use AI for everything. You know, I don't know. They're calling it a game. I think you can only play 5 minutes. Yeah, true, I agree. Blockchain is total the same as doing the work of 100 of people that cost 20K per month in an hour. I mainly want to know how the copyright issue is going to be handled. Yeah, honestly, it seems like that's kind of up to all the money that's getting thrown around. But from what I last heard, and this was a while ago, could be completely off by now, was that AI can't make copyrightable stuff. It has to be made by a person, at least in the States. I don't know if they decided anything on that. But the whole thing of scraping other people's art is pretty nefarious. And then for everyone who's involved with it to just be like, well, what did you expect? It's on the internet. Like, that's fucking crazy. Haha, not possible. Disney is also suing over copyright. Yeah, the Disney thing is a big factor, I'm sure. I'm not sure what you mean, not possible. What context is that for? Disney sold IP to OpenAI. Interesting. I doubt they would sell all of their IP though, because that would be really expensive. You haven't seen anything saying they aren't suing. Yeah, honestly, I haven't been keeping track of it. Like, I'm interested to know the outcome, but I always imagine those things take forever to actually, like, happen, right? Yeah, I have no idea what's gonna make for a good screenshot. I think I should just take like a whole bunch and see if they even work. Only one IP needs to be sold. Breath of Fire, and it needs to be sold to a developer that's actually going to use it. Welcome back, Legendary Servers. Hope you're doing well. They're still doing well. You're not allowed to do what you want with Sora in Disney. You are now allowed to do what you want with Sora in Disney. Sora the character? They started a lawsuit against Google AI not that long ago. Thanks, I've been browsing GOG. Nice! I guess try to get the whole thing and then just like cut away from it. So let's copy that, make a new file. Alright, so yeah, it's a different size really. But if we make it too small, it's not going to be legible. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make it the size of the Game Boy and try to shrink it down and see if it doesn't fuck it all up. Of course it does. I'm not sure the best way to get screenshots. Without it getting weird. It's weird because it doesn't fit. Like if we pull up the grid, everything's just a little bit off. Something's getting interpolated. But we're losing pixels somewhere. Maybe we're just losing the border. because that would have to be like that. Maybe the best way would just be to like recreate it. That's one thought that I had before. I was hoping that I could just screenshot it, but it's like interpolating it, and if we make it too small, we won't be able to get an accurate screenshot. I don't know how to get it to be like perfectly sized. We can make it bigger, but I don't think that's gonna help it. I think recreating it is actually gonna be the best way to do it. Which is kind of a pain in the ass. What did you use for your picture in stream? Is it the NVIDIA OBS AR integration? Like the Pixel Tuber? I'm using software called Viadotube for that. What are you trying to do? I guess he wants to do a Game Boy game or something like that. So yeah, I'm making a Game Boy game in GB Studio. Rather, I'm making a full-fledged version of a game that's already been made by myself last year. But I'm trying to get screenshots into the game of the full version for the demo. See, I have this preview content scene that opens up when you get to the edge of the demo content here and here, or when you beat the boss of the demo. So that way you can see what you're missing if you choose. But there's no good way of taking screenshots within the engine, or maybe with an emulator, to try to get the like exact pixel size, so that way you can just take that image and feed it into the software here, GB Studio, to make a background image that fits the hardware to make it all work, right? Honestly, this whole AI situation is wild. There is no stopping the advancement of technology. I think sooner rather than later, humanity will look back on the anti-AI crowd the same way we now look at the anti-machine crowd during the Industrial Revolution. Not that I agree with AI, mind you. While small paragraphs look like walls of text on mobile. You can screenshot with OBS, I think. Yeah, for sure, I could screenshot it with OBS, but I'd run into the same issue as screenshotting it with any other software. To be honest, you're already far behind the Singularity, so yes, sure, we look at normal people like you would look on a 90-year-old that tells you PCs will not become mainstream. I mean, what are you currently trying to do? Yeah, I explained it. Most people that say AI cannot do it are too silly to even give the correct instructions. We have soccer and golf RPGs, why not fishing RPGs? Actually, there are fishing RPGs. This definitely isn't the first fishing RPG. This might be the first spooky fishing RPG. But yeah. Could you give the same instructions to the most clever guy on Earth and he would, or you could give the same instructions to the most clever guy on Earth and he would fail? Dancing RPGs when? So yeah, I think the best way would just be to use the assets and recreate the scenes to get screenshots into the game. Now granted, the first level is probably not a good spot to take screenshots of anyways because it's in the demo. I want to get screenshots of things that aren't in the demo. So I don't know. I guess I just kind of have to reference it for things that I'm trying to get in there. I'm not really sure exactly what I want to show off. I don't want to give away too much, but I do want to give away some stuff, right? See the similarity? Rick is guessing. Guess what the AI does? It guesses. It's a pain in the asset, but sounds like a plan. Then it tries, then it fails, or succeed. Same as Rick. Nothing different. Yeah, except if you try to ask AI to make a Game Boy game, it's gonna have a tough time. Because even if you do a Google search of like, you know, something that's pretty basic in GB Studio, the Google AI stuff has no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And when I ask you make a Game Boy game, I will get a good one. Okay, I give you $500. Yes, make a Game Boy game. I'm getting some awkward vibes from you, Frank. I gotta be honest. If you don't think my games are good, you don't have to play them. If you're saying that you don't think I'm capable of making a Game Boy game, then you haven't played them, because I've made Game Boy games. I just want that you prove your point. Well, I'm not trying to talk shit about you, I'm just talking shit about Google AI. Put your money where your mouth is. Okay. They're making a Game Boy game now. Yeah, dial it back, bro. I mean, why do I have to prove that this to you? I mean, you work for Google AI. You don't know that it makes mistakes all the time? Google AI can always validate that it knows more about Game Boy games than you. People do make mistakes all the time, allegedly. Well, honestly, I don't appreciate the turn that you're taking this conversation. If you want me to prove that AI isn't good at working with GB Studio, that's kind of stupid, because GB Studio is pretty new, and the Google AI that is available on Google doesn't know shit about new things like GB Studio. I mean, it knows a little bit, but it gets things wrong. It does not need GB Studio. I got into an argument with ChatGPT about Star Trek one time. It does know about it, but it doesn't know much about it. Do you know Code Wiki from us? No, I don't know Code Wiki from you. Audacity on fire. Our Code Wiki project can look at GB Studio and can tell you everything. Well, if I wanted to not make a game, then maybe I would ask Google to make it for me. Right? But my job isn't to not make games. And I'd love to see Google come up with an idea for a game. I'm sure it would make a spectacular game. Alright, so I asked it a simple question. This was the first issue that I came across in GB Studio when I first started using it. And also, this is the first thing I asked it. I said, in GB Studio, why do the sound effects buzz? GB Studio sound effects often buzz due to improperly trimmed wave files, too short, too low, or low volume, which isn't true at all. Buffer driver issues in the editor. It's not the editor, it's the emulator. And honestly, I don't know if it has anything to do with buffer driver issues. That seems pretty vague, but either way, it's emulation that's causing it. Or hardware grounding interference on real hardware emulators. So I'm pretty sure it has nothing to do with the hardware grounding interference, but it does have to do with emulators. But there's no grounding or interference on emulators, which is a little fucking weird, right? But specific fixes involve adjusting the sample length, using proper formats, isolating power, or updating drivers, as GB Studio's Audio Engine APU simulates Game Boy hardware. All of that is just hallucinations, right? Using the proper format, it's a wave, right? It won't play anything but a wave, right? As far as I know. And if it does, that's completely out of the scope of the question that I'm asking, but maybe I wasn't specific enough in saying why do wave samples. Adjusting the sample length, I mean, you could try adjusting it. I don't think it's going to make any difference because it's an emulator issue. If you use it with a good emulator, it doesn't buzz. That's the answer to the question. If you use a good emulator, it doesn't buzz. GB Studio uses a bad emulator. It doesn't know the answer. I had to go to a Discord to find the answer and talk to a real person. Look, GB Studio is written by a human. Maybe he did a failure, so he does not normalize your sound for you. The good emulator does normalize the sound. Well, yeah, GB Studio was made by a person, and the emulator that GB Studio uses was made by a different person. So yes, the person who coded GB Studio used the emulator that was freely available for him to redistribute, which happened to have bad audio. That's the answer. Why doesn't Google AI know that? I mean, that was pretty simple to figure out. I am perplexed even. By the way, welcome in, Westlow. I missed you, but welcome in. I hope you're doing well. They buzz because of bugs. That's not wrong. Wrong method. You query existing knowledge. CodeWiki can generate new knowledge. It's like you would ask a farmer. At present, total unrelated. What is your goal here? LOL, your vibe is not it. Go argue with AI. I say that kindly. Thank you, Lot Lizard. Because it did not gain that knowledge. You did ask the wrong question to the wrong person, as I told you before. You need to generate knowledge before it needs to read the code of both. Then it knows what you're asking for. Seems like a lot of work when I could just go to the Discord and ask someone that knows, but I don't know. I'm gonna just ask a person. Maybe it knows better. I ask Rick. There you go. I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that there's no uses for AI, but there's not a whole lot for me to use AI. You bother me constantly. You do not. I would also ask Rick from Rick and Morty when I would have access to him. Wait, this is the wrong folder, isn't it? There it is.
You're just tired.
Imagine you ask AI about a BG editor, lol, when you can ask it to write the whole editor. I'm not sure what you mean. You mean backgrounds? To edit backgrounds? Infinite Metal, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How was Sam and Max Hit the Road? Did you finish that, or are you still going on it? I know I caught a little bit of your last stream doing it. Hope everyone is doing well. Always good to see Infinite Metal. Everyone should check out Infinite Metal, by the way. They've got a fantastic stream. They've got Skelly and Quackers and Infinite. Didn't finish but made a lot of progress. I think I'm pretty close to the end. Right on, right on. Have you finished that one before, Infinite? Also that, there you go. Decades ago, yeah. Oh, okay, okay. Thanks for checking in, Durger. Hope you're doing well. Hey, thanks for checking in, Enekard. Enek. I hope you don't mind if I call you Enek. Am I pronouncing that completely wrong?
Thank you for everything.
But yeah, I remember a couple clues and solutions, but not everything. It's neck. Oh, just neck, not Enek? What's the extra N for? It's definitely there. I'm not just hallucinating it. Mr. Metal Ray. Alright, neck it is. It's, I don't know, it's silent. Ah, okay, silent N. Understood. But Daniil, how you doing? Welcome in. Good to see ya. You get all the necks. How is Demon Fish coming along? It's coming along pretty good. Actually, we're like nearly done with the game. I was just trying to figure out ways to get the demo to have screenshots. And there's no easy way to take screenshots at the size of a Game Boy screen, if that makes sense. Kind of difficult to explain. But basically I'm trying to take screenshots of everything after the demo, or of things after the demo, and then put them in the demo, so after you reach the end of the demo, you can see things that are to come. 2-for-1 special on next. There you go. I'm good, and you? I'm doing great, Daniil. Good to hear, or good to hear that you're doing good. And thank you for asking. Appreciate that. But yeah, I can do a little test run of Demon Fish since everyone came with the raid. I really appreciate the raid, by the way, Infinite Metal. If you have things that you need to do, I totally understand. But thank you very much for bringing your community here. And everyone who's new here, I'm Rick. I'm a game dev. I do Game Boy stuff a lot lately, a lot of pixel art lately. I do a little bit of everything. I'm a generalist. I do 3D modeling, some programming, lots of pixel art. Sometimes I even play games. Actually, usually Saturday nights I play games with Indiana Crones, but they were doing something with their wife tonight, so they canceled, and I just kept on doing Game Boy stuff. It takes a second to build here. All Game Boy all the time. Well, not all the time, but a lot of the time, that's what we're doing here. So I'll turn off the background music so we can hear the game music here. And the emulator is a little shitty, so the audio has some hiccups and buzzes and stuff. Alright, so we're just gonna start a new game so you can see what the beginning's like. Look at this. Was this in the game last time you played Infinite? I don't think it was. Hey you, you're finally awake. Nope, I didn't think so. Hey you, you're finally awake. I am the lord of this realm. An intro to what's going on now? Yeah, an intro to what's going on. I'll get my fishing sticks. Collect fish for strength and overcome the imposters. Lighthouses save and restore health. Select button to view the world map. So yeah, one of the points of feedback I got was that people didn't understand what these lighthouses did. So now it tells you, restores your health, saves your game. The select button is a nice feature. If you get lost in the map and you're like, oh, I don't know how to get back, or I don't know how to navigate this maze, you can check things out. You can see all the things, where all the locations are, and the boss, which is actually not supposed to be there yet, which is a bug. So there's still some bugs. I've made some pretty big changes about how things work, and I'm still cleaning up the bugs. I don't know if I can fight it yet though. Oh yeah, so it's not actually there, it's just there on the map. So that helps me know what the bug was. We go to the map. Click on this guy. Let's see. On inits, disable collisions. If boss is dead equals 1. Set actor to that. So yeah, the code's not all there. We go to this one. Oh, that's the same one because, yeah, that's just a copy. This is the one. We go to this one. We've got these events. We'll copy them. Can I keep the giant teeth creature? Yeah, it was maybe select thing there before, maybe? I don't think it was. I think that's new. I'm trying to remember what was in the last update you played, but I don't really remember. Gaslight the player into thinking it's there. There you go. I'll say I'm 50-50 on the whole see the map thing. On one hand, it can help get around annoyances if you hate old school mazes and exploration. On the other hand, if you like those things, it makes them a bit pointless. So I guess it's a trade-off. Yeah. So, we're gonna select these, copy them. Electric Mindset, checking in again, welcome back. And we'll just paste them over here and then change the variables for the correct boss. So we can delete this one, change this to boss 1, enabled. And then this one, boss 1 dead. However, this one has to be set to the right sprite. Boss 1 sprite export, that's the right one. Then the whirlpool is fine. So that's what we want. We'll copy that and bring it over to the demo map, because the map for the demo is slightly different. So it has some slight changes. Alright, so that should fix that bug. But yeah, other than that, I put a debug menu in here so we can just... Oh, I hit the wrong button. So we can just warp to the next level. But let's warp to level 3, because that you definitely haven't seen Infinite if you're still around. What did I miss? Should probably go to sleep soon. It's almost 3 a.m. Yeah, it's almost 2 here. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, Neck. I appreciate you being here. If you need to sleep, I totally understand. We are the No Sleep Life crew. Oh jeez. For life. I am the captain. You might be. By the way, how has your stream been going, Infinite? I mean, Electric. Cream Veronica, hi, how's it going? Welcome in. Sleep is for the weak. So yeah, we want to make the boss not dead. We want it to be enabled, yes. And we're going to choose to be super buff. Because this boss is really hard. Even at level 160, it kills you. So we might have to use the debugger to give myself more life. Or maybe balance the rate at which it kills you. Good so far. The giveaway has had a few entries, but not many. I didn't even know you were doing a giveaway for your birthday. By the way, everyone wish Electric Mindset a happy birthday. I throw salt at the boss. I throw shade. In the eyes, Art. Jeez. Yeah, happy birthday to Electric Mindset. Oh, we've got an ad in progress for those of you who aren't subbed. Yeah, I'm giving away a copy of Clair Obscur for my birthday. Oh yeah, you enjoyed that game, right? That's like a an expensive kind of game for indie, right? It's kind of a, I don't know how much it costs to be honest, but I think it's over 20, right? Means a lot. Awesome. You're doing okay? Well, I'm glad you're doing okay. Could be worse, right? Tell it to to Susan Dylan. You goblin. Lies. Your bestie. Worth it to give back. We building the game world on your stream right now. The game world for this game? Nah. It's already been built. So the maps for the 3rd and the 4th level are new, but they're already made. I did them a while back on stream. I used Tiled to help with the terrain because it's got like automated rule sets. So you tell it how to draw like the edges, and then you can kind of paintbrush what it's supposed to look like. And then I had to go back in and fix all of the narrow passages to make sure the ship could fit through. We should be about back from the ad for those of you who are stuck. What we working on? So I was actually just showing off the game to Infinite, who raided just momentarily ago, and because they had tested the game in the early states. So anyways, so this is being nice growth. This is the 3rd boss, the Death Lord. That still says takes 5 critical damage. It should just say takes critical damage. Got a lurk again. Alright, well, enjoy the lurk. I need to play the updated version too. I will do it for sure. Awesome. It will be out at least in beta, not too long. We'll get it figured out. Might be a while before it actually releases, because I want to make sure I tested it quite a bit and get some wishlist. Steam page isn't even up yet, so probably should be. But yeah, Neck, well, I appreciate you being here. You definitely don't need to stay up all night.
One of us is in deep trouble.
But if you do want to, that's fine too. One of us is in big trouble. I sure hope not. Hey, I beat it. It didn't kill me. That was close. I'm gonna zone out in a minute. So yeah, there's cutscenes for the bosses when you kill them too. Yay, I'm not dead. You saved me from that ugly seaweed. I'm so happy, you're the best. You could even beat the Dragon Lord. And now we're at the last level. The Dragon Lord says nay. But yeah, the enemies are a little bit easy because I'm at level 160 because I cheated to get there. I kind of wish GB Studio had more color options so I could do a Game Boy Advance aesthetic. Well, Game Boy Advance is a completely different hardware, but it does have color options. These are just built into the emulator. But then you can also make Game Boy Color games. So I've actually been using this palette for this game. But yeah, it does make Game Boy Color games as well as Game Boy games. It doesn't do Game Boy Advance, but if you know C, you can use some libraries to help you with Game Boy Advance. I was thinking Game Boy Color games. Welcome, the Indie Maniac. Game Boy Color games just with the color palette. Thanks for checking in, Indie Maniac. Everyone should check out the Indie Maniac, by the way. How was Isla? Actually, Electric Mindset was telling me a lot about Isla. And it's funny because Electric Mindset's playing Glitch Spanker right now, which the Indie Maniac I watched play. So like, there's a lot of crossover there. You guys both play the same games. It's kind of fun. It was an interesting concept. Yeah, Electric Mindset really liked it. I remember that much. But I'm glad, or it sounds like you enjoyed it, and I'm glad to hear that. We're working on Demon Fish Dead Ahead, kind of just showing it off at this point. So yeah, the way that these levels work now is that you have to find all of the locations before you unlock the boss, basically. And this level's kind of a maze. Like, there's a location right there, so we can get that one. Although it's bugged. First of all, there's no ship on the map. Second of all, the colliders are still there on the map, which they're not supposed to be. Third of all, it said 0 out of 7 when I just found one, so that's not right. It should be 1 out of 7. Can I befriend the whirlpool? No, but you can talk to it. I mean, I don't know. Who am I to tell you who you can and can't be friends with? I am liking it. Very AI future where you are playtesting a VR game that learns what you like to craft the game world. The game takes over your smart house at one point, which is also an AI. Okay, I did see... wait, did I see that one? Wait, is that the one where it's like... You have like your phone and like... Maybe I'm thinking of a different game. I think I'm thinking of a different game. But yeah, that sounds interesting. Oh, please, not AI. We don't need that man back. Oh, yeah. AI is taking over the world. In the game, I mean. Yeah. Earlier, someone in chat was working for Google AI, had a lot to say about AI. It wasn't really a pleasant person. Wasn't really pleasant conversation. So he said. Yes, so he said. I mean, he was really selling AI hard. He was really trying to sell us on AI. Trying, yeah. Wait, I just came from this way, didn't I? Oh, I'm so lost. I don't know. There's another one, another location. In the save point. And another location. Oh! There's a bug there. I'm surprised I didn't notice that one before. Apparently we're still going over on tiles. That's all I could think. Oh, I can't reach it from there. I want to see if it's like that in the game world and not just on the map. Because they are two different things, but it's probably the same issue. No bug, only a friend. We have no direction here. The answer is C. Frank's a douche. Rick's nice. I am not. I'll say it. I was teetering on banning him, I gotta admit. Like, I'm not trying to just like shut out conversation that I don't want to hear, but I didn't want to hear it. First up is Spongy. That ain't right. There's no Spongy. That's a bug. There's still bugs. I was nice but had you back. Well, thank you, Lot Lizard. I appreciate it. You're working your way up to moddom. And then we'll all have to run for cover. She's gonna be timing people out. Secretly steals all the power, yeah. It's just gonna be her in here. Everyone else will be banned. That's fair, never. Hello, people time me out. It's true, you did get timed out. Rick doing me dirty. I didn't do you dirty. It looks like you've been timed out twice. But I think it was Indiana both times. I think one time you got timed out in like the group, the shared chat. After I told Brosif to go, it was... Wait. What was? It was what? Oh. Wait. It was Indiana after you told Brosif to go. Oh, it was Indiana. Timed me out both times. I got you, I got you. What was after you told Brosif to go? I'm confused. Forget it, okay. Done. Never gonna make it to the save point in time if I keep fishing. I'm not getting experience yet either. That's a bug. There's definitely still bugs. I should probably be writing these down because it's like really late and I'm probably not gonna like actually get to these bugs tonight. Alright. So let's throw on some background music. 2 bosses on map. Well, we did fix that bug, I think. So the tile glitch on level 4 snail. That's not how you spell snail. The tile glitch on level 4 snail. Let's see. Not getting experience. New fish not giving.
You're becoming more like your father.
XP. Thanks, Peppy. I guess you don't need to put that hyphen in there. Otherwise I'll have to do it on all of them. Do a barrel roll. Not giving XP. Oh, map not showing boats. Map locations have gliders. Boss 3 shows crit 5. Dialogue. I don't know if there was anything else. I've already forgotten. That's why I need to write it down. So easy to like forget. Oh, the name's not being correct. New fish names not correct. Spongy. I'm trying to remember, did you get 0 of 7? Oh, thank you. I forgot about that one also. You are you're awesome for remembering that, because I totally forgot. Locations showing 0 out of 7 on level 4. Could be level 3 too, I don't know, but I'll check both. You're overdue to play a game with me, Slick Rick. It's true. It's been a while. What are you doing tomorrow? Maybe after D&D. Speaking of D&D, I should probably go to bed. I forgot that I have to wake up early tomorrow for D&D. Fact, clock that. Everyone should play Pico Park. I don't think I've played that. Oh, I've heard of this game. Oh, make it loud. That is really loud. Actually, it's probably easier to turn it down from here. So it's like a Pikmin type thing going on or something? A puzzle game with little critters? Oh, with 2 to 8 players. So it requires 2 players? You can't play it with just 1 player? It definitely looks like it would be a fun party game. Like a little Big Planet meets Pikmin, but with multiple players, multiple Pikmins. Wholesome fun all the time, no war, I swear. Hey, I love war and dropping bodies. Oh no, wholesome never caused any problems, never. Imagine if the person on the bottom walks forward. Yeah, I think Min too. I am funny chaos. Rick loves it. LMAO. You are funny chaos, I'll give you that. It's entertaining. This would be cool with 8 people, not gonna lie. I think that would be fun. Especially like if everyone was like in the same voice chat. I'll put it on my wish list. But the idea that you need a second player makes it less likely for me to play. Because how often do I actually have a second player, you know? Pushes Frenemies into the void. Rick is a lone wolf. Fair. I mean, I'll play with Indiana Crones, Garden, Snake Eyes, the usual crew, but it's usually what everyone else wants to play, and like I'm okay with that. Like I'm not the type to be like, hey, everyone needs to play this game, let's all play this game. But if everyone else was like, let's play Pico Park, then I would buy it for sure. And I bet Garden would be down with the game. He probably already knows about this game. This seems like something Garden would play for sure. But yeah. I am getting sleepy. Excuse me. I think we should all go to bed at this point. I have D&D in the morning. I gotta wake up at like 9:30 for D&D, and I kind of forgot. And I'm pretty sure it's happening this week because last week it was canceled, and everyone needs their D&D fix. I don't see any updates in the Discord for it, so I'm assuming that it's still happening. He takes off. I do take off, especially in Helldivers. My assumption is that everyone has a loadout where they can handle themselves, because that's what I do. Because I play solo sometimes, and like I'm just like, I have my reliable loadout where I don't have to worry about anyone else, and no one else has to worry about me. And then I just take off because I see a blinky. And I'm like, super credits. But yeah, let's find someone to raid. Peanut streaming. We just raided Peanut. Oh, you know, we should just raid Electric Mindset. It's Electric Mindset's birthday still technically, so let's give them a raid. Yes. Let me get some music for while I type this.
You just type.
The Electric Mindset. Does that work? It worked. And then we got a raid message. I'm zoning out. Have a good night. Thank you, Neck, for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for staying up with us. I hope you get some sleep. We do have a raid message if you want to use that, or make your own if you want. 100%, whatever you want to do. But yeah, show Electric Mindset some love. Give them a follow. It's their birthday. They're a fantastic streamer. They've been super supportive to me and my games for a long time now. They play all of my games. Pretty much anytime I make a new game, they play it. And he's awesome. He is awesome. He plays some really cool indie games. He finds games that are kind of like niche and not well known, and plays them and shows them to new people, or shows them to anyone who will watch. And very cool person. He also makes music. He made the very cool stream starting music for his stream. But yeah, we're about to raid, so everyone get your raid message, and I will see you on the other side. Thank you again, Infinite Mel, for the raid. Very much appreciate that. Everyone who dropped in, I very much appreciate you being here. Everyone who lurked, thank you. Have a great night. Bye.
Okay, my toast is on fire. I'm pumped about that. Hey guys, that bastard, I don't know what he's done to me, but I'm gonna figure it out. So I will let everyone know coming over that there is